Now, I don't know about good entertainment, but I guess we'll be trying today. Although, I gotta be honest with you, Karyu, like, you really missed your chance to, like, save that quote when I was actually recording my face, because my live reaction to that, like, was, like, I was actually just, like, stuck there looking at it for, like, 10 seconds, and then I was like, wait. You telling me there's gonna be more? You telling me there's gonna be more laws in this, like, by default? Like, my god, actually having 3 is already a pain in the ass, but actually 5? Man, you missed your chance there, are you? But also, moo. Hello there, guys, and welcome back to yet another session of Final Fantasy Tactics Advanced. For today, we're gonna likely find out what we're gonna do with Clan Borzoi and Red Wings. I'm not sure if Red Wings are still a thing here, but Clan Borzoi's remnants are still up and about for some reason. I don't know why. I don't know why they even consider that they have to insist on pushing themselves onto us, considering that their clan just died pretty hard there at some point. Not sure what they're thinking of achieving with just some remnants of what's left of them. But anyway, that's happening right now. And, well, considering that the palace is not all that happy about the fact that we pulled Sid away, I feel like there's gotta be some sort of resistance coming our way. I mean, Newt does say that he doesn't care what happens to his father, but I'm pretty damn sure that he cares about it. So, I feel like we're gonna have some sooner reaction here, and we're gonna be having a very, very angry little kid very soon at our hands. But yeah, sorry about being late, guys. I actually had a little bit of a thing which got me stuck a bit longer than I thought. So I've actually been like kind of like soaking these jars of like tomato sauce, like I've been soaking them in water for a day or so. And while I was like about to go and wash my dishes after eating, I was like thinking that, you know what, I should just clear this out of the way so I'll actually have a sink to use. So I don't like, you know, dirty them up too much when I'm taking them out. So that's peeling off all the, like the jar stickers, all that stuff took me a bit longer than I expected. And then I was like left with like 5 minutes to get all the stream prep done. So yeah, that's what happened. Anyway, I hope you guys are all having a wonderful start to your week so far. Hope you guys have been looking forward to today's stream. You guys, I've been gone for a day. And this is the kind of treatment we're gonna get. This is the kind of like, you know, can you not leave for one day without a person to, like, just make you regret your existence? Because if you cannot, then I would say that you should really go see a doctor. And I'm not a doctor. I'm not a licensed doctor. If you think I'm a doctor, then I think you're looking at the wrong doctor. And if you do insist that I'm the doctor, where's my payment? Where's my payment for my services? You bastards. No, not really. But still. Thank you guys so much for joining on the stream today. Hope you guys haven't been too restless with my, lack of presence. Now let me see if I missed anything else here. Yeah, there was only the thing about the law slots. That was the one that really got me, like they really, like, you know, caught me off guard there. But I'm glad that that wasn't actually a thing, and 3 is actually the maximum. Like 3 I can still handle under specific cases, like if I get the right laws and if I have an anti-law card specific to that specific law. But honestly, I'd rather not be dodging things too much, but sometimes you just have to. Like, if you face, like, a flan and you can use color magic, it's kind of bad, you know? Kind of bad. Because it's gonna be a little bit painful to kill them after that. Thank you also so much to you as well about the hydrator, amigo. You guys stay hydrated too. It's hot summer days coming in, so better keep yourself well taken care of. Talking about summer days, I've actually had a little bit of a fun situation here. I've actually had, like, thundering for the past couple days. Thundering on a summer season, 2 days in a row. This is insane. By the way, it felt like game just lost depending on what do you play. I mean, I'm not sure about that. I mean, I could check that out, but I think the laws have been pretty random so far. But I mean, I've never used Frog, honestly. Never used Frog before. Petrify neither elementals? What the hell this means? Spirit magic. No. Although, actually, Soul was only brought in once I actually started using Morpher, so that's a good point. I think that came at that time. Like when you change jobs to the deferred love inclusion, you didn't have to care at all. You mean the pool is semi-random. Yeah, so I think there is some sort of like connection to what you're using, but there is also some randomness to it. I just hope that the bans are not gonna be anything like too severe that like would work completely against some certain encounter that I'm supposed to go for. Like if color magic is the only way to defeat something, then you have color magic banned, then well fuck. That's bad. Kinda bad. But yeah. Aside from that, I guess we'll see how it's gonna go from here. But anyway, I'm not sure what you mean by those special laws, Migo, but I guess we'll find out how I'm gonna do against those, but I hope they're not gonna be too rough on me. Anyway, I think I should go check the prison right away. Oh, and also, guys, if you guys don't remember, I actually got to 150 missions last time, so I'm officially 50% way through the game. But, of course, like, mission amounts have been increasing exponentially, so I think, like, we are about, I'd say, 60-70% out of the game already. Along with the other, like, missions that I keep repeating. Bone armlets! From 43 catching. Bone armlets. Okay, bone armlets. Let me see this. These are for White Monk, right? Norbert. No, they are actually gloves. They're gloves. Evasion 5 bonus. That's actually insane. How's your tongue? Okay, I fixed it before. I say tongs now, not thongs, because I honestly forgot that tongs, like, were without the H. I thought there was one and only word and that was gonna be thongs, but my tongs skill is 31 right now. Everything is 30 plus, 30 through 43, depending on the skill, so we're doing pretty good. Not sure what it is that we're looking for at this point anymore, but I'm looking forward to where it's gonna go. And we only got, what, 8 main missions left? So we're actually not that far away from beating the game at this point. I mean, it was kind of far away, Karyu. We only got it last time, and I've already seen a few sword breakers, which kind of makes me sad. I now got the steel weapon finally because I got lucky. The next main mission I did had steel weapon in it, but I still don't have the sword breaker. And I'd rather have it right now, so I can at least start teaching that to others, and not have it subject to, like, if somebody decides to steal it from me, then I'm gonna be boned. That would be kind of sad, you know. Although now it actually begs a very interesting question, or a thought. In a way, it's impossible to, like, if you have two guys stealing abilities, they cannot steal ability because they already have steal ability. So basically, Carson is forever gonna have the ability to steal abilities, because nobody can steal it. So it's a good thing to have, but my steel weapon can be taken away from me, and that's a bit fragile. I'd rather have a more reliable system around it. Now, how is the prison? Okay, Devanch is still in prison for one more battle, and that's okay. Let me now catch up also on what the clan activities are. Oh, and by the way, guys, I'm just gonna remind you guys on this one, because we had an exception last week, that Mondays, as usual, is gonna be 4 hours again. So, I won't be here for the 6 hours as usual, or like when I have in most streams on this week, but 4 hours. And also, I'm not sure about if I'm actually gonna be gone just for a few days with my sister, because I was kind of told that they could even have me for next week Sunday. I'm not gonna say that I will stay there that long, but, you know, I thought it was gonna be just a few days for them, but apparently they're open for even a week or so, so I might be gone for a bit longer than I expected, but I didn't, like, put any deadlines in, so we'll just have to see when I'll be back. Bye. Oi, 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 don't treat me like that. I won't be gone for too long. He was leaving forever. No! Hey, Mastersmith Friday nights. I like that. What makes you think I would be gone forever? Can you guys not, like, survive a week without somebody? Like, come on, man. I'm not your boyfriend or girlfriend or whatever the fuck you wanna call me. You can live a few days without, okay? Look, I got a life too. Yeah, I was actually looking at that too, like Ragnarok online reference in a way, because I think you can turn merchant into a master weaponsmith. You are our most precious, bestest friend ever. But you don't even say bestest. That's not in, like, you know, English proper. It should be best only. You can't say that. Best of the best. I cannot accept that, bro. Oh wait, there was a foreign fiend thing, and it's from me, but I don't have the fighter class, and that's why I'm training Carson. Oh, it's all coming back to me. And I need some freaking rat tails, but nobody's giving me rat tails. And why the fuck would I have a rat tail? We're not playing Final Fantasy, was it 7? At least 7, I think, had a rat tail. No, not 7. 5? 4? 6? One of those. Maybe 6. Rat tail. Rat tail. Fuck rat tail. No. We can't bring the rat tail back again. Flesh and bones, we got a tiger hide and buys poachers catches at good prices. And foreign fiend. A giant snake is attacking our traveling merchants. We can't make our rounds like this. Someone please stop that thing. No. I refuse. Oh, hey there, Tonini. Thank you for the hydrate and hope you can enjoy the stream today. Just telling you as well, 4 hours today, so don't be expecting a super long stream as usual for the past 2 weeks, but still, at least the normal size stream. Moo! I'm sorry, I'm such a big fucking cow. I'm just like slouching around everywhere. I'm just not able to maintain a high... I'm not able to maintain high performance. I'm such a bad streamer, man. I don't know what to do. I'm just not good. I'm just not cut out for this, man. Nah, it's really just because I usually have the arranged meeting with a friend on the Monday evenings, so I gotta leave some room for that as well. Now, where was this thing actually? This mission? What did it say here? Oh wait, yeah. Wait, no, that doesn't say anything. Is it here? Just straight up here? Where is the mission? Where's our snake? Where would you hide a snake? A giant snake? I don't think they're that scary and easy to hide. It's a freaking Titana boa. Oh wait, there it is. Yuli River. Ah. Sure, let's do it. And let's then get Devansh back from prison once again. A Lamia? Is it just a Lamia though? It is. Why just... Oh, 277! Level 38! Hand slap? Flat-handed slap delays target's turn. Queen Lamia. Oh boy, that is a queen right there, bro. Let me get 4. We get 4 characters? Is it this gonna be super easy then? Yes, there is no indication what their class is. They're just a Queen Lamia. Nothing special about that, you know. Could you show her again? Okay. What kind of deviant shit are you up to? Is this good enough for you? It has like a pretty good defenses, to be honest. Okay. I wonder what you're thinking right there, Karyu, but sure. I guess I'll let you do that. Anyway, let me train Carson while I'm at it. How was first aid? I didn't already finish it, did I? Ah, of course not. Only did 1 mission so far with this. Can't learn anything new, so I want to actually consider some other options here. Maybe bring in Simon for healing instead. Fubar. I'm gunning on Ruby. We got this. If nothing else, Meltdown is gonna be our winner. It's gonna be our chicken dinner, I'm telling you. We can also train Willy. How much can I fuck this up if I bring just a team of rejects to this? I can't fuck up Two Belly, can I? Wait, hold on. Yeah, we need like that, you know, that just like, you know, that very like unsettling meme music on the background there, because yeah, that is the title. My title is me, I, and myself. I think this Lamia may have it a little bit up, too much up their ass. Like they might be a little bit too full of themselves. But let's not talk about that. We'll deal with this for now. Alright, let's see how much our group of misfits is gonna survive through this. I've heard fiends from other lands fight differently. Uh-oh. Well, very much thank you for the contradiction, Karyu. I am very much appreciative of this. And I did say that I did not say that with the intent of, like, working with the contradiction at all. Because I definitely do not have the timer on this on yet. You think so? I don't know about... I mean, I think everybody loves contradiction. Like, everybody seems to be having such a great time with it. I think so many people are always picking contradiction. You're not the only one that's doing that. But hey, I'm very, although I'm honestly a little bit sad that you are interested in this kind of shit, because, I mean, I don't know, why would you even be like into this? Why would this even make you happy? I mean, there's nothing special about this. It's just sad, you know? It's just pointless. It doesn't mean anything. It's meaningless. Oh no, Timur, don't worry about that. I love you, man. You're the best person ever. I think a crisp Simon sounds great for dinner. I wonder if you love it as much. Well, I would say I love it very deeply. Okay, well, okay, seriously. I hate that shit so much. I don't know why it even exists. I regret putting it ever, and I'm wondering if I should remove it forever. Because contradiction is so much bullshit. I don't think it's serving anybody. Although there's one thing I love about contradiction a lot, and it's the fact that it's confusing the people the fuck out. And you know, the kind of confusion is exactly what I'm looking for as a content creator. Just making sure that everybody is completely out of it, that doesn't follow at all. That is my core value as a creator. You might be right about that, Cardi. You might be right about that. It should definitely reset a counter, because the fact that I'm, like, you know, contradicting myself this whole time is definitely not, you know, it's, you know, definitely not, like, you know, something that should be, like, you know, I guess contradiction recount worthy. Freelance to the bat? Yes, I absolutely agree with that one. I should definitely reset a counter. If I say I hate it, it should definitely mean that I should reset a counter, because, I mean, come on, guys. It's like, you know, if I'm not even having fun with it, then what's the point, man? If I'm not liking it, then what's the point of... Oh my god! That is such a pleasant breeze of air to my face. Thank you. You're such a nice... Yes, you're such a nice snake. Well, the thing here is, Karyu, which one do you think was the truth and which one was the lie? That is something for you to discover. You never got the right answer, you would not get on the other one either. Karyu, I think you're onto something that I think you are completely right about. I should definitely reset the counter. Let me just, like, totally do that, because I feel like, you know, resetting the counter for contradiction is gonna go definitely by the laws that I have set upon myself. And the fact that I have decided to contradict myself during contradiction is definitely, like, you know, something that is absolutely punishable. Like, I should definitely punish myself for contradicting myself during contradiction. I think that makes complete fucking sense. Okay, guys, we're having some fun. Let's bring Simon in the front. It's gonna be a great idea. I think the snake will never want to do anything about Simon. Simon is just such a cute little fella. He would never hurt a fly, and he would never be subject to physical abuse. Although, guys, I think we're gonna be fine, all things considered. I mean, this Lamia doesn't hurt that much. I mean, this Lamia is such an easy little pickle. We can easily get through this fight. I'm pretty sure of that. Oh, fuck it, counters. I mean, countering is a great thing. I mean, counter makes this make this even easier. Absolutely. Like, I think the fact that this Lamia has a counter, they're such a weakling, man. This is the easiest fight I've seen in my whole life. I think I should not be taking such good care of myself because I think that would make this fight way too easy. Okay, this is gonna be great. Tickle me more, I just love the tickles. I love tickling so much! I love tickling so much! Thank you for the tickles! I love when enemies are just gently caressing me. I can't stop, I can't stop. Good fucking god, the thing hurts. Oh my fucking god. Oh, no. It may have been a bad idea to bring the bottom of the barrel to this mission and to bring Carson wearing literally the worst fucking sword in the soldier class. This is going well, guys. I even didn't check the rules, so I don't know what else I could be doing that could be debauchery. Bad idea. I missed 88%. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Hey, soul target doll. It's fine. We got this. Those are not the walls I should care about. Okay, so, plan B. Am I gonna be fine doing this? Can I drop your weapon? Do you have a weapon? You don't even have a weapon. Fuck you. Big time. I'm just gonna nuke this lady at some point. 7 damage! 7 Bruh. I should have used it. I could use Meltdown, but I thought I would like try to weaken it a bit, but it seems that weakening this guy is not an option. Oh my god. This is not gonna go well. This is not gonna go well. Ow. Ow, ow, ow. This Lummy is bad news. Very bad news. Simon, get the fuck out. We need you alive. Okay, guys. Okay, Fubar is okay for now. Let's try to heal Carson and Simon for now. I think that's necessary. Holy Jesus. Oh, this fucking snake, man. I swear I'm never gonna have snake for dinner ever again in my life. Snake soup just sounds suddenly like a very bad idea. Ah, she's coming. Oh shit. Willy. No, not the Willy. Don't touch this Willy. This Willy's precious. No. No. Leave the Willy alone. Leave his Willy alone. Oh my god. Okay. If we get another blizzard in, I think we can just nuke this shit. Actually, no. Fubar's taking some damage, so I cannot nuke it right away, but we're getting close. I might even just like do the meltdown because I have the aura on. We'll at least get them close to death. That would be ideal. Also, this is a great way to level too, because that being said, this is a great way to level. Why should I not hold this out then? We're gonna use her as a punching bag. Perfect idea, actually. Yes, absolutely yes. XP, bro. Let's go. We can level up our weaklings. I could even heal the snake and it would be like an instant level at this point. So, Fubar 25, guys, what do you think? I can get how much XP from this? From 0 to... Yeah, exactly, I know, because that's because of the level difference. That's exactly why I thought this should be done. You can't jump up, can you? No. Yeah, exactly. I know, Kari. I just realized it. That I can actually use this as a way to train my weaklings here. So I think I will. Okay, good to know. Oh, Fubar got 50 XP from that hit. Oh my god, yes. Yes. Absolutely yes, guys. Okay, we got this. We got this. We know what you're gonna do. We know what we're gonna do. We're just gonna heal everybody. Everybody. I'll get this guy's at least 20. So don't worry, Karyu, I know my rules now, but like, I guess I just didn't like think about it out of the box that this would be a golden opportunity, because usually I would go with the best units for like the strongest enemies, but now we actually have a situation where I have some of my weakest units with me, so we can use this to our advantage. We can actually level up from this guy. Because they are doing it in such a way that we can easily just like get XP from just hitting them endlessly, and we would like it like half a level per time, so I do want to take advantage of this. 72, 186. Okay, Fubar is fine for now. So I guess I'm gonna just try to go run Fubar then. Yeah, I did, Karyu. I did. I think I mentioned the Smallsman before, but I also did figure, because smiling gives an immediate turn to somebody. I realized that when I got it for the first time in Rifle last stream. I figured that, yeah, you can easily just, like, pass turns onto each other, and because that counts as an action, it would be obvious. Like, that's an obvious thing to happen if you know the rules, but I haven't bothered doing that because I don't want to, like, go that down. Like, I like the idea of having, like, a system where I get to level up something effectively. But I don't want to go straight up to abusing turns just for the sake of, like, leveling somebody endlessly. You know, it's like kind of like a nice golden medium. Like, yes, get yourself all the things to, like, maximize your gains as much as possible. But don't turn it into such an EXP farm. I think, like, that's where my line goes, usually. Like, I'd rather keep it, like, at an acceptable level. In this case, too, like, I'm just taking advantage of for a bit that the fact that they are high level, I can use that to my advantage. But I will eventually kill this off because I don't want to just endlessly use this for my advantage and get myself level 30 characters. I could, but I don't know if I care about it that much. Besides, even if I tried, I don't think the Lumia is going to survive that long. I mean, I could maybe, like, do normal casts on Willy instead rather than using, like, actually full-level Blizzaris, and just use Blizzard instead. But she's dying slowly anyway. Sooner or later. Oh, shit! Ow. But yeah, I know I could, like, abuse the shit out of this, but I'm not that kind of guy, honestly. I don't want to abuse this too much. So I think 20 to 25 is gonna do for me. At least I won't have to worry about Fubar's levels again. Or Simon's. Because that's like one of my biggest concerns. You're thinking of adding one more system in your game to character growth. What do you mean by that? Ah, you mean like in your game. Well, I can't say much because I haven't tried your game out yet, so I can't say if the system would be beneficial to you or not, but, well, if you want to do that, then feel free to. It's experimental. You never know if it's gonna work out if you're never gonna end up doing it. Wait. Even my Blizzard does 40 damage? Yeah, my Blizzard and Blizzara actually have barely any difference in damage right now. Well, I know that Blizzard is upgraded right now, so I'll try Thunder instead. No, Thunder works still. Thunder and Fire also do just about as much damage. I felt like if I used Blizzard instead, it would be like stronger because I use Sprinkler, I believe. But it seems for some reason that this guy doesn't seem to be affected by the magical bonus that I have for Ice. I don't know why. Oh well, less damage to my friends at least. Oh, this could be risky. I hope I won't regret this. Oof. Good dodge, good dodge. That's the one I was afraid of. Like, if I would take too much damage, I might actually end up, like, you know, killing off Carson. Yeah, this snake is getting a bit softened up. They're gonna die sooner or later. And Fubar, I think, is at least gonna get to level 20, so I did what I wanted to do. What I set out to do. You can't kill off Carson, can you? Wait, whoa, what? You can turn... Oh my god. If you're gonna turn actually Simon into a snake, we're gonna be in real trouble. I hope that doesn't work out. Oof, thank god. Okay, because if they had turned into a snake, we'd have to end this fight this instant. Because otherwise we'd have a problem in our hands, which would be there would be no more healing. And we cannot exactly have that, can we? $52 healing, and my guys are gonna do for like a total of 70 damage or so. Yeah, it's gonna be a little bit of a deficit for the snakes, sadly. Sooner or later, they will die. But until that happens, I do want to try my best. Too bad I'll always have a side that I won't do as much damage on. Or like, I won't have as high chance of hitting. Whoa. Oh yeah, because that's how much damage Fubar would take. Oh well. Have fun, Fubar. Yeah, 40 damage. We got Willy at 21. And I think Fubar's gonna get to at least close to 20 with this one. Ah, I missed again. Damn it, what do you mean I missed the 75%? Oh. But yeah, I do like this particular setup. I'm glad I did it this way, but it certainly was something that... this was certainly the kind of setup that I knew wasn't gonna last for long, and it's not a setup that I would do forever. Because, honestly, I'm not that desperate for levels, but at least the less I have to worry about catching up later, because just, like, send people on missions instead for AP. The more I can focus on, like, my actual teammates that I like to use a lot. But I just want to also, like, keep the option available for later. To use some other teammates instead that are more suitable for other missions, but I can use them because they're too low level or something like that. Their HPs are too low and such. What is my luck right now? I missed like 3 melee hits so far. I know 2 of them have been 50%, but damn. This game really doesn't want me to have it, huh? Oh my god. Is Thunder doing more damage to this guy? No, it's the same damage. Didn't I actually have Sprinkler on me? Or did I forget to put it on? I think I gave myself Old Statue and Sprinkler. So why is my ice damage shit? Why is it not any better? Oh well. And enemies doesn't count as, like, monsters don't count as enemies. Like, enemies refers to humanoids specifically. I might have forgotten. I'm pretty sure I picked them up, but... oh well. I'm not even sure if I can even see anywhere if I had, like, any mission items with me. If that's even possible. And I'm pretty sure that Sprinkler also works for ice, not just water. It has worked before, so... yeah, 65 HP. Down to 50. If Willy and Fubar hits the snake is gonna be dead. Stickler. Obviously Stifler's mom. Okay, Fubi doesn't have a counter. Ow. I get it. It hurts for sure. Oh. Well, let's try this, I guess. Be it win or lose. Yeah, Fubar doesn't like it. As expected, but... oof. Not the greatest treatment they could ask for. Well, let's try this. I might die from this, but we'll see. Nope. The snake is dead. And level up. Nice. I think that's just enough for the guys. I guess foreign fiends die just like the ones here in Emenalus. Wow, Carson. Very astute observation. What made you think that a Lamia would not be just a Lamia at the end of the day? Because that was just a Lamia. Thinking otherwise is just stupidity. Wait, Hard Edge. I think that's a new weapon for me. There we go. Carson got first aid. Not Master Aid. Carson may have Master Aid, but that doesn't mean he can masturbate. Okay, we got Stormstone as well, and we got ourselves mastered. We got so many skills we just mastered. Oh god. Do I have actually any bad ones here? I'll just replace... magic roll. Oh my god, no. You would not do that to me. You would not do that to me. Oh wait, I also have all the slots already filled up. I think everybody in this list can be dropped away. We don't need anybody this badly. Just get out. We need some new clan members. Especially now that we got quite a few level ups from this, so I want to take advantage of that. I think the guys we're gonna find now are gonna be 20 or 21. So I wanna act accordingly. And Leslie. Goodbye. Mayu. Don't need an archer. And Lorek, there we go. Right, so... Who learns stuff? Carson, you need to switch to a new weapon. Which one is it gonna be? Combat combo? No. Mind break? I don't know what provoke does, but it is 300, so I'd rather not have that. You know what? I'll take speed break. I'll take speed break. Why not? It's a pretty core job. Skill. Then we had... Was Bezel on a mission somewhere? No, but they do need to get a new weapon, so... Let me fix that. Nighthawk for Fencer from Joyous. Hold on. Nighthawk. Attacked as swift as a hunting hawk. Can hit at the range. Okay. Not sure what that means, but I'll take it. Norby, I think you're good. You're good. Ravel, you're good. Right. Yeah, Woodvale still is being learned. Wait. Yeah, double sword still needs 250 AP. Okay. Well, Simon is also done with their skill. I think they just learned Asuna. So let me go for another one here. Power Step doesn't give me anything, but they do have a lot of power in there, for sure. Kiraga, Kira... I guess I should learn Protect. Why not? Yeah. The very basic stuff. Cassie, I think you're not done because you were not on a mission. Nope. Wraith. You're still learning Guildhouse. Eldina, you're still on a mission. Fubar, you just got yourself the Meltdown learned, so... Let's switch off Vajra. Oh, Eclipse and Ronfire are both new swords for me, but they are not swords that are... Holy shit, those are strong swords. Eclipse is actually insane in terms of damage. Yeah, Eclipse is crazy. Even way better than, say, the Queen was. I need to get to that at some point, but for now I need abilities, so... Not doing that at the moment. Mow down, less Berserk. Defense. You know what? Hibernate. Hibernate is a pretty good functionality to have, at least. I'll go with that. Lily got Steel EXP, so we're gonna switch the nice. I might learn something very nice. Jackknife for Steel Gale. Who's got that? Who's got the Jackie? Oh, it's on Rife. You know what? I'll give it off from Rife for a bit, because I do think that the skill in question is the easiest for Linny to get, and that would mean it would be nice to have, because I don't want to have Linny actually learn to become a thief properly here. That's not my goal. Hurl Dagger. Yeah, hurling is new to me. It's a throw item, but I guess I'll take it. Because I don't think there's any other, like, skills that are worth it for me at the moment. No. Not for juggler, it seems. Okay. So now we get the jackknife. There we go. And then, I guess, once I'm done with this part, then we can just have Lini switch over to the... What was it actually that Lini wanted to become? They wanted to become a juggler as well, I believe. Was it? Was it like that? Yeah, juggler. Yeah. Mogonite and juggler combo. That was my idea. Because we already have Cassie becoming Mogonite gunner. I'm gonna get myself a Mogonite juggler. I feel like smiling is gonna be a pretty cool skill to have. Right. And Willy, did you learn anything? Yep, you just learned Blizzara, so let's try to get something else instead as well. Stardust was Demi, 4 was Fundaga. We're now at 4 spells of Willy. Why did I want to have spells again on this guy? There was another class I was looking for. Illusionist. Yeah, I wanted to make an illusionist. I think that was the case, yeah. 5 spells and then going for a white mage. And then I'm gonna turn into illusionist with Willy. Because I was thinking that we don't really have a proper human that actually has proper magical spell power. But I think this would make the best illusionist for now. So that's why we're working on Willy. And Willy got 21, so they're pretty good. Almost 22 even. So another skill that only takes 100 or 200 points to learn would be good. I guess I'll take Fundara. Yeah. They're gonna be good enough for black magic anyway at some point. But if I ever wanna get myself more black magic instead, like I really wanna like have stronger spells, I can do it once I'm actually an illusionist. But I think illusionist is gonna be good as is, so I'm not counting on that too much. Okay. Let's go get the Vange back, I suppose. Vanji. There we go, thank you. And nobody has to be pardoned, right? No. We are very well, fully law-abiding citizens, guys. I'm not sure why we should even be concerned. Everything is just fine. Anything else happen? No, not really, no. Yeah, this is all... Wait, inspiration. That's, yeah, Rumba's tale. Wait, Foreign Fin is here again? A bizarre turtle-like monster is attacking the town. Somebody stop it. Crusoe in. Why? And also, where's the other mission that I had? There was another mission that I could have taken, but it's now gone. Oh well. I guess I'm dealing with foreign fiends then. Oh, I see, yeah. I was thinking too, like, it has to be like a series of missions with like different objectives but the same name, because the explanation was definitely different compared to before. So I knew it was different, but damn. The name being the same is pretty interesting. Oh, it's like an actual series and not just like random. Yeah, like Sprinkler is... enhance the power of water and ice. Let me just bring this in at least this time for sure. Crusoe in. Okay, what about Crusoe again? That's Muscadet. Wait, Crusoe in. Where is Crusoe? Dorsa, Baguba. Oh, there it is. At Baguba Port. Okay. It stems from the same storyline as Clan Borzoi missions. Oh, okay. I'm not sure which storyline you're talking about, but okay, good to know. There's a connection, even if a faint one. Well, we're gonna have some wanted missions eventually anyway, I guess. Zero Eyes. We might need a second one, so I'll try to bring myself some. I think Adamantite is no longer needed. We have 3 at least already anyway, so that's good. Level 20s. Okay, so we're getting level 20s now. That's good. We are increasing our average quite a bit. Alright, you snaky little shit. Or turtly little shit. Come over here. Does it mean that it's a rock based? Yep. So I'm gonna have to bring myself some caster help, because honestly, this guy is gonna be super tanky. Adamantoise, 442 HP. There are 2 main loops, the main story, the Clan Borzoi story, and the rest are standalone or Winnie loops. Okay, I see. Are you talking about Carrot from Dragon Age 3? Man, how could I ever forget Carrot? They look just beautiful. But also, like, how does Carrot have anything to do with this? They block arrows. 676 defense, so even trying to bring melees is gonna be a bad idea. And I don't like the idea that they would break weapons, so I'm gonna have to bring someone with maintenance. So maybe Carson again, because I know Carson has maintenance. And so does Ravel, I believe. Ravel has maintenance, right? They do, but they would drop double sword. It wouldn't block guns, so I guess I could bring Cassie. Wait, there's another carrot? Like the carrot like from this game? Oh no. I'm not sure if I'm looking forward to this, guys, after all. I don't know if I like this carrot guy. They sound pretty dangerous. I mean, their name has a carrot in it. Surely that must be a pretty bad premonition. I'm not sure what else to think about that. Well... level ups it is. Wait. I need a healer. Cassie. Yeah, I'll bring Cassie. Although, before I do that, steal more for charm. That's fine. We don't need any of those. Well, I could have brought my healer, but oh well. Now, turtles. How many Final Fantasy does Rainwings bring? Enough. Just enough, friends. Okay. Oh yeah, because Red Wings brought the fiends in. That's how it was. Yeah. I guess that has to do with the rare crates that we destroyed earlier. Like the crates with all those rare fiends. And I do remember Red Wings are big as a clan board, so don't worry about that. I remember the storylines, but you know, the whole thing about creatures escaping was a bit surprising. But I guess it's only because I only read that thing right before I ended the stream before, so that kind of only became this kind of side information that didn't stick with me. But now that I'm seeing it again, it makes sense. It is meant to be. But I do remember that, you know, Red Wings were employed by Clan Borzoi, and Clan Borzoi guys basically decided that, you know, we're gonna just try to take you away because the remnants didn't like the fact that they were gone, and they didn't like that for the fact that we were the reason they were gone. So yeah, it all's coming to me. I remember the stories pretty well, but the Fiend part is so random, honestly. Very random. Well, I guess the one thing I can do is I can try to at least blind this guy, because I think I had blind shot. Did I? I have confuse shot. Okay, well, we'll try at least, I suppose. Because if they're confused, they won't know what they're doing. And that's good. You gonna do anything fun? For now, they're fine. Now, do you have counter? Important questions. No, you don't. And I can actually do damage with this sword that I have, Silver Sword. That's crazy. Even when accounting this guy's defense values, they were insane. Yeah, but this guy's still gonna take a while to kill, so I'll actually go at it with my Black Mage's full power. I think I have to. Otherwise, we might actually risk our death. Willie's her level than Montblanc is right now. Oh no, we gotta correct that, bro. We gotta correct that. Montblanc can't be behind. That would be awful. And also, I don't see that Montblanc is actually doing any more damage than Willie is. So I guess they're just about the same in magical power then too. Despite the fact that Montblanc, I believe, is wearing something way better as a weapon. Oh, 141 damage! Oh, this guy is bad news. Very bad news. Okay then, that's a nice surprise. And I guess that was a regular attack, out of all things, so... Not even them just using a particularly strong one. They are just that savant, that savage. You know, I wish I had something that goes blindness. The blindness would at least make it so that I wouldn't have trouble actually trying to hit this guy. Or like, I wouldn't have trouble with this guy actually trying to kill my guys at the same time. I wish I could prevent that from happening. Well, now that they're busy, let me just try to heal myself before they're gonna kill me. I don't think confusion is gonna do much when they are the only one in the field on their side, but we'll see. I hope we're gonna be fine. I just hope they won't come to munch on our weapons. Oh wait, I can actually also use Demi, I think. That would be a much better choice for now. Yeah, I guess they have so much HP left. Wait, does Demi need... Oh boy. Oh boy. Do I need to be like this close? Ugh. Let's try. 124 damage, yep. I should have used this from the get-go. But I kind of forgot I had Demi with me. For condensation. Uh-oh, don't come to much of my weapons, please. Leave my rod alone! Oh, he could one-shot Willy. Shit. Yeah, okay, that was kind of expected, to be fair. Oh, shit. This might get dicey. Wait. Carson is stealing. Shit. We don't have items. I don't guess he has items. But I'm not sure if we're gonna get a chance to use those. We'll see. Oh, Kissy. Okay, please, quickly. Oh, wait, we don't. We are charged. Nobody has items on them, so that's gonna be a rip. Okay, I guess I'll just try to freeze this guy then. Or maybe thunder them? No. It's pointless. I'll just have to keep hoping that confusion actually does something here. That's our only choice. Yeah, I should have remembered to bring my white mage with me, but I thought Cassie needs training too, and well, this turned out to be quite an interesting fight. Not so the easy peasy kind of type of a fight. For sure. She's hot. Ugh, I have 3 range. Let's go with... How much MP do I have? 67. I should have enough. I can do one more Demi. After that, I can go for ice and then cut this guy off. I think we should be able to survive this. Although it is gonna be a bit on the close side, honestly, without Willy here. Because frankly, I was kind of relying on Willy here to help us win. But now I really cannot do that. Cannot rely on them. Let's confuse it. Just stay down. Don't do anything to my friends. Oh, it doesn't do anything when it's confused. Interesting. I didn't think I'd actually benefit from that. Cool sauce. I'll take it. Okay, I think that's enough for ice to do its job. Yep, if this lands 60 damage. Easy win, easy win. Come on. Oh, it's over. It's over. And Monty got a level 2. Snakes, turtles. What's next? A dead Willy. I guess the end result is that Willy... Somebody touches Willy. Somebody touched Willy. Somebody touched Willy's Willy. Alright. Level ups everywhere, but nothing new happens, so I guess I'll leave it at that. Now. We didn't master a single thing, so we can leave it at that. Let's see. Willie got to 22. Yes. And Monty's at 23. Yeah. Pretty good, I'd say. But now we have to go get the next mission. Any new rumors? No. Another fiend. Better leaving. I could get myself a chocobo egg from this. Wanted tester. Help us our amazing new form of illumination, guaranteed to change the lives of city dwellers. Oh yeah, this is the mission I failed, because I did do this before, but I somehow messed it up. So let me actually send now... I guess I send Leanie, honestly. Might be the best way to do this. For Leanie boy. Alright. Foreign fiend. I get a vigilante sword if I do this. Oh, wait. Let me put on the items. All statue as well as sprinkler. There we go. A plant monster is attacking people and the body count is rising. We need a weeder and quick. Oh no. Plant monster, can I burn that shit? I hope I can burn it. I did bring myself the sprinkler again, but burning sounds also pretty nice. So, forest. That's coring helping. Is it in the forest? Or is it in the plains? Easy plains. Eisenfield, no. Blood sands. Now, where would the enemy be? Over there? At Rodent Dragons. Now, I don't know how you ended up with that enemy, but so be it. Screw coring. Nice forest, bro. I know. I just thought because we're talking about the plant monster, it would fit the forest biome the most, but I guess you're going for a swamp instead. I hope I will regret this. Oh, it's a freaking Marlboro. Oh no. 510 HP and level 42. Neochu. Because Neochu. Block arrows, weapon attack plus. You got some pretty nasty stats all the way through. Okay. So this time we won't forget about Simon at least. Or should we bring in actually Camus? I don't know. Do we want to bring in Camus? I don't know if I do. I think Camus even starts to be on the level where they're gonna be a little bit weak, so they would still benefit a lot from the Marlboro. And we could keep the Marlboro alive with a little bit, you know, weaker heals too, so it would be more maintainable. Something we can maintain. Casey could still use levels. So does Marty, honestly. Oh wait, your sword is ready. Hold on. Speed break. Yeah, I guess I'll learn speed break. Why not? Although we cannot right now. Wait, are we out of skills then? Mind break, comet combo. Mind break. You know what? Let's do that. I love to be a mind breaking individual. Shield bearer, comet combo. Now. Marty might be a little bit pushing it, but I'll try. Foo bar. Your skill-wise, you're learning hibernate. Well, Cassie at least, because I still want to get them to level 20 plus. Anybody else that sticks out? Bessel. I want that much damage in this team, though. Nobody's gonna be a heavy hitter. Am I gonna regret this, or am I not gonna regret this? That is the question. Oh well. Oh well. Damn yawning. God damn it. Can't stop. Right, the biggest question was working on concentrate. They're not gonna learn a new ability right now, but we're getting into a very important passive ability that I don't want to let go of. Let's go. Ochu! Another rare beast, and right after that I'm in toys. What the fuck were these guys doing to find all these? Oh my god. Oh, there's another... There's another right there. Uh-oh. Oh. I was only supposed to bring 4, right? I was only able to bring 4, right? I'm not sure if I checked. I'm second guessing myself. I think I saw 4, but... Do you want to trust that? Do you want to trust my stupid judgment? Well... I guess I'll boost, and hope for the best. I could have tried reflexing, actually. I think reflex would have been a great choice for this girl, in this particular case. But it's too late. Protect. I mean, they can't be that bad, right? They're barely gonna hurt a fly. If I can actually confuse them in this very moment, I think it could turn advantageous. There we go. Oh, wait, gunmanship is... Fuck, I forgot to check the laws again. I'm an idiot, I'm an idiot, I'm an idiot! Fuck! Hold on, guys. My brains are fucking dying. Okay, what is banned? Fighting. Fighting is banned. And gunmanship. No, I would say honestly, brain dead issue. Because I don't know why, but I just suddenly get to yawning. I don't know why this is happening. Is it because I closed off the window and not getting air in here? I don't know, man. Ugh. Brain's not doing all the things it's supposed to brain. Yep, restart for me. And I did this last time after I grabbed the mission. Before I grabbed the mission. No, after I grabbed the mission, yeah. Okay. So we're gonna go for it again, but this time we're gonna at least adjust accordingly to our situation. And we're gonna look into the numbers again, like did we actually only have 4 enemies that we have to deal with? Or did we have like 4 characters that we can bring? Or did we actually have more we could bring? Because honestly 2 Ochus sounds a little bit nasty. Just a little nasty. Same loss, right? Yeah. Wind, gunmanship, and fight. And we can only bring 4. There's not anything else I can learn from these guys anymore, right? I got bad breath, so it should be that. Shouldn't be a problem. Bad breath, sound wave. Yeah, usual stuff, usual stuff. So we're gonna try to get down the green Ochu first, because that one is crazy. So Camus is good. Norbert depends a lot on air, but they do have the air Farfest, which is not air-based. Well, Willie... No, Martinez was still on a pretty bad position, so I want to bring them at least with me still. I'm still gonna switch their sword over to the one that's gonna teach me Mind Break. Restorer. Yeah. So Casey is not available to me right now. I could bring Bessel instead. We already had Bessel, but who are we gonna bring instead of Kestner? Should I bring Devanche because they would be able to hit much harder? No. We can use Fight. We can make advantage of our class benefit. And Devanche had Monk training, so... They don't even have Farfetch. Devanche is gonna be a very bad choice for this fight. So not that. Carson's 27. But then again, they are trying to become a fighter. I think levels are good enough for them. I think I'll just send them on a mission at some point. Who should be my fourth then? Ravel? We can't fight again, so I don't think it's gonna be a valid choice. No. We could use Veils, but we wouldn't use our fighting capability to the full extent. I think it's gonna be kinda inferior. Should I bring... No, Fubar for another time. Maybe. Maybe. Although I do have one wish that I had counter. Or well, no, actually counter would be bad right now. Because normal attacks would be bad for me. That being said, does Martinez have counter on? No. They don't even have counter. And for Bessel, it's... block arrows. I'll get Alteration instead. Or Reflex. Yeah, Reflex. I think that's gonna be a good choice for now. Okay, and does the weapon switch for Bessel go through? Yeah, Joyuse. Alright, so no fighting, no wind, and no gunmanship. Yeah. Okay. Let's go. A very big team of misfits, but we'll have to make it happen. We'll have to make it work. Because these guys need leveling the most desperately. Outside Casey, of course. And now that I have the reflex on, I do actually dare to go this close, the boost. And see shit go bad. Okay. Let's go, Fubar. You're my second bastion of hope, because you have the aura skill. You will never die. And Martinez had a skill that takes half of the HP away. Or steals half the HP. That was the downside skill. We can use that as well. I won't bring him as close yet. But we're working on it. Come here, Yojo, piece of shit. Show me what you got. Okay, the Neoshu only works for 3 move slots at once. And Ochu does also 3. Okay. Yeah, we can deal with this. We can deal with this. Easy. Yo, Bessel, don't be an imbecile and please take some protection with you as well. You should never go into the night as a woman alone in there out there. Keep yourself protected so when they end up getting killed, okay? Protection, absolutely. We use protect. No. Camus is giving them very genuine protection. I don't know what you're talking about. If you think it was like some sexual implication... Oh, fighting, right. Thank you for distracting me. Well, it could be like, of course, like sexual implications too, but like, you know, that's only your fault. That's only in your head, not in mine. That was your fault. That's only something that's going on in your head. Nobody said anything about sexuality. Of course, somebody that's fighting should be always well protected. I missed Meltdown? Are you kidding me? So yes, I'm not crazy. You are crazy. Yep. But that was like probably like my most shitty ass miss in this whole game so far. Because I've never done such a big hit with such a high rate of hitting and then miss it. Never happened to me before. So I'm just like shocked by this. Now I just hope that it wasn't a status down that Pestle got, because I'm gonna reset this fight again. But it's fine. I can deal with this. We got such a good nuke team for this. I believe in them. Now, so fighting was not okay. Nighthawk. It's one of those skills that just like does very little damage. Unless... You know what? It does 9 damage as well. I think it's because I don't have boost anymore. Boost made all the difference, I guess. It was 9 damage all the same. It's just that it has range. Very useful, but not high damage yet. But it might be just a bezel issue, you know. Uh-oh. Oh, they smell magic. No, not the sound wave. Leave me alone. Leave me alone. You go do that, Karyu. You go do what you gotta do, bro. Okay, that was a bit nasty, but I'll keep using aura. This thing is kind of my lifeline. Yes. Not the long one. Really? Oh man. So much for your aspirations to keep walking longer routes. How did that even happen though? Soul side. Oh yeah, that. That's nasty. Perhaps. Or then just, you know, Karyu just was way too proactive. Way more energetic and active than the dog itself, so that ended up messing things somehow. What? Rip it in half? Oh my god. Dude, that sounds very nasty. If he was a lizard man, he would not be telling us secrets like this. So I'm having like my doubts about this man. Shit. Ugh. Come on. I kinda just wanna do this without being struck in a fight. I guess I'll keep my distance for now. How much range does Nighthawk have? It seems to be a 3. No, 4. Nice. Yeah, I can understand that. Very sad to hear that, buddy. I'm sorry. But, yeah, I don't know how the hell you ended up injuring that in your walks and stuff, or maybe elsewhere. Maybe it wasn't related to your walks, have you injured it, but it will make your walking harder. But, in any case, I wish you luck with that. Now, you piece of shit. I'm gonna back attack you so I can melt you down, okay? Meltdown time. We got you. We got you this time. Soft got dry and hard, and it did yoink and bam. You know, this is the best way I could ever describe what happened. But yeah, that kind of sucks though. I mean, you were having such big aspirations about your walking, and then this shit happens. Like, could it not have happened at any better time? Any worse time? Oh, I turned into a frog. Oh, I'm gonna have to fix you, buddy. I hope I can fix all of that. Let's see. Good thing it was Camus's turn. Whew. Gee, thanks, Camus. You're an actual miracle worker. So now that we got this Ocho here, I guess I'll use downsize here. I love these skills. Half HP skills, regardless of their HP, are just super powerful in some cases. Especially in these kind of boss fights. But also, Karyu, why do you have to walk the dog? Why isn't, like, your wife walking the dog then if your legs are not doing well? Or are they just, like, unable to? Are they not in a position where they can do that? Too difficult in their life to do that at the moment? Because honestly, having you walk more than necessary sounds like a bad idea. Oh, I see. Damn. It's a responsibility, but there are cases where these things can be reconsidered. Especially when somebody is badly injured. What about if you switch temporarily? But I can understand if she's working. Okay. But even then, this is kind of an exception, don't you think? Are you sure you should be, like, you know, butchering your souls like that? Well, I'm sure that you must be loving cleaning while walking around like shit as well, don't you? Okay, if you say so. I just thought that at least I would give you a chance to consider about this. Think out of the box a bit. But I guess you'll live with your problems. Okay. I'm just not sure how you even end up ripping your soul like that, but I guess it's like one of those things like with ADHD in general that, you know, you just do things that you don't even think you're doing, and, you know, then things get out of hand and suddenly you're having a big ass gash somewhere from your little, you know, fidgeting around and such. Like, you are basically like an uncontrollable bomb when it comes to, like, self-injury. Not intentional stuff, but still self-injury. So, yeah. Take better care of yourself next time. And do pay attention to your surroundings. Don't get shit on. Oh. Am I still good for... Nah, I'm out of mana for downsize. But it's okay. I got a pretty good skill here. Should I have Fubar try Meltdown again? It might be a bit hard because it's from the front this time though, so I might want to wait on Aura instead. Yeah. I'll just first get Aura, in case this fails. Well, take care of yourself then, Karyu. Hope you'll at least be able to keep yourself intact for this walk today. And if you aren't, then I will be very disappointed. You should learn to take better care of yourself. All right. Right. Thank you for removing my precious ray spell. That was very nice of you. But I guess I didn't need it anyway. Alright, see you soon, Karyu. I mean, I don't think he lost a turn. Or is it like that skill like makes you lose a turn? If he uses that sound wave on that. I don't think a skill I did actually like made him lose a turn anywhere. Ooh. There we go, Martinez is 20, finally. At least now that's up to par. It's only 100 HP left, so I could technically just like not do the meltdown, but I kind of want to try that. Wait, death? Would it work against this? Would I have a chance? 70% chance to KO this shit. A shit that has 500 HP in it. Could I have done this whole time? Could I have just been an alchemist and done this easily? A Queen Lamia, an Oatshoe, and an Elementoise. How fascinating. Oh yes, you're very fascinated, Camus. You're not even one bit concerned about the things that are happening. I lost dash boots, I don't give a shit. Worth it. Bessie doesn't need them. We can just get new dash boots. Vigilante and Perseus bow. Alright, alright. I'll take it, I'll take it. I'll just drop the blades. Because I think these are like better law cards in terms of value. You know what, let me buy new boots then. Yeah, I would lose just 1800. Big deal. I'm so sad. I don't think anybody mastered anything. No. I think we're fine. Carson, how close are you? 110 out of 200. Okay. We're getting there though, we're getting there. And currently we are at how many missions? 154? 154. Very nice. Oh, we got a lot of missions in here now. Okay, we got Last Stand, Exploration, The Wanderer. The Wanderer I remember. The Exploration I think I also remember. Yeah. But the Last Stand. I sense a life force possessing unfathomable magic powers. It would be folly to let it roam wild. Kill it, kill it. 2 random items. I do want to defeat it. I do so want to defeat it. I'll do it. It must be the last of the Foreign Fiend mission quest line, but I won't count on that. Maybe it is something else. Usual sprinkler and old statue. And where is the enemy then? Where are we supposed to go with this? Nanimus got it. Is it in here? In Jagged? No. Thank God it isn't in Jagged. But I'm gonna say that at some point some mission is gonna take place in Jagged. I can just feel it. This game isn't gonna let us go that easily with that. That would be just too pleasant. It was the forest, right? Yeah. Nubs wood. But before we go, let me check the cards. Finals coming up. Magic cards are hot. I don't care about those too much, to be honest. There's not a single card I care about. I think I'll leave it for now. Unless... Hold on, let me get like some rank 6-ish card. With the lower level weaker cards I have. So I can better afford an anti-law in the future. Rank 6 card, yes. Color magic is 5, that's good. Spears are 3, so we don't need that. Oh, we got so many card choices in here already. Like, half my deck is actually anti-loss jokers. We have 3 5s, 3 4s, 2 3s, 2 2s, and 1 1. Target area sharpshoot and spears. You know what? No. Those are laws specifically, and I don't want to apply laws. Color magic sharpshoot target area. Let's go with that. It's a bit overcost, but it's fine. As long as we've got a trade. And as long as I can keep collecting new cards instead, on top of this rank 6 card that I got. Okay, so Nub's Wood. I'll go to the prison first, because I want to find out what would happen to Bissell if I tried to put them into prison. I got a Madu. Level 40 negotiation reward, probably. Is that for Rabble? Is that like a katana? No, it isn't. What kind of a weapon is that? That looks so weird. Hold on. That is a... That's a long list of weapons. A rapier. It's double cast! It's a double cast rapier! For red mages. Oh my god. So now I can actually like maximum just spam forge all these red mages with this skill. Interesting. Okay. That's cool. Now before we actually continue, I want to actually now double check on the missions. Or like on the items that we need. Oh, Snake Shield! We have that thing. Yeah, okay, Snake Shield. I was remembering something like Wyvern Shield, but that was the Wormstone. Hero Gull, Wormstone. Actually, no, Hero Gull we already have. There's a couple missions, Snake Shield and the Wormstone. So the Snake Shield I believe we got, so we can use that. I think I should use that on the future missions then. But not yet. For now, let's check Bessel. You're gonna be gone for 2 battles. Fine, go ahead. Do your worst, Bessie. We're counting on you. To not be tried in prison to get you some more prison sentence. Because I think that would be exactly something you would do. Okay, let's see. A vampire. Should I be concerned? Yep, a level 46 Dreadlord. A fucking what? The S-Flare! It's a S-Flare! Shadow Flare's units with same ones digit in level. Same ones digit in level? What the hell does that mean? Like, if it has a 4 or 6 in the level, that's enough for it to flare them? Zombify. Oh my god. Well, I need Mars at least in here then. Because I think that might be my only chance to get level S flare. Let's go with that. Then I want to at least bring in Fubar for Meltdown. Martinez, your attack was amazing. I want to have that. So I guess I'll have to bring in Camus as well. For healing. And I hope that I can Asuna a Zombify effect. And if not, I had the potions. I think I had Holy Water to fix that, so... What? What is that? I feel something really, really weird. Me too, man. And it's not in the pants, trust me. This guy doesn't give me that kind of feel. Uh-oh, it's going. He's fast. Yeah, I'm just gonna, you know, protect my guys for now. Because I may be having a little bit of heebie-jeebies. Just a little bit. I do not like this Dreadlord one bit. Okay, so I need to get 24, I think, with Marsh. I think I can do that easily, because I'm just lacking a couple swings worth of EXP to get to 24. I think I should be after that viable to... Wait, do I have double hand on me? Do I have double hand? Oh no, don't tell me, don't tell me. I had double hand. Yep, no. No, we have to redo this. Because I need to get my learning on. Learning. It's important. Because if you don't have learning, we cannot learn S-Flare. And that would be kind of bad. I just thought about that. It isn't often anymore I need learning, so I kind of forgot about that. But I will fix that. There we go. Right this instant. And also, what laws are there? Frog, Night Swords, and Haste. That's fine. I keep forgetting to check the laws. I don't know why. Well, anyway, let's give this another shot then. But now that I know that I can actually get everybody's turn first, before this guy gets to do anything particular to me, I think I'll actually try to bundle these guys up in a nice pile, so I can have them all protected at once. There we go. Now, we should be ready for the madness. Should be. And in before him is gonna get nuked hard. Oh. Yeah, he can hit still Martinez like that with miasma. And that thing hurts a lot. And it hits somehow. Just my luck, man. If they zombify me, the poison doesn't matter. So I guess I'm gonna hold on to it for now. Because they might prevent them from wanting to use their zombifying effect. And I like the idea like that. Let's get the XP. There we go. I need way less now than I did before, but I guess that's because I'm lacking our double hand. And that's fair. Wait, hold on. How much XP did Marsh get from that? Oh, he's already at 62. Yeah, just one more swing and he's gonna be fine. He's gonna level up from that. After that, I guess it's gonna be time for S-Flare. Because I think if it's 46, a 4 or a 6 in there is gonna be enough. No. Oh, wait. What? Oh, it's a Night Sword. Oh, I didn't realize that. Okay, good to know. Fubar is a Night Sword user. Okay. No. I'm not doing any more Flight content. I made a video about this on 2024 Hygo that I stopped playing Flight Universe. And I made also a video about, like, how they removed all the private servers. And that, like, makes me resent Gala even more. I have no reason to come back to that game. So, no. If you're expecting more, do not subscribe to me for that. YC. There we go. So, thank you for at least asking in. If you got any further questions about that, do let me know. But, yeah, at least Flight is no longer gonna happen. Am I gonna hit this? Okay, I got it. Nice. Okay, so at least he's in a position where he isn't able to do that much to me anymore. Like, he's already, like, on a pretty weak spot. But now what matters is how is he gonna act from here. Let me just do a regular heal here. Oh, wait, healing would damage him. Because he's a vampire. He's considered undead. That's right. I was thinking of healing him for XP, but I guess it won't be that easy. You can even go through players. Oh no. Cammy! Oh, sorry, I'm just getting into it now, actually. I've appreciated all the videos you previously made. Yeah, no worries about that, Hugo. And I'm not saying that, like, if anybody doesn't know about that, like, you know, everybody will know about that. Like, I know people are coming in sooner or later, and people might miss the history of my channel there. And so that's why I always say it, even though somebody comes in and asks. But yeah, I no longer make live content. If you want to check the videos out, I recommend doing that, because if there are any specific details that you haven't heard from me before, then it's all gonna be there, basically. And, well, yeah. And if it's easier for me to, like, have you watch that for any, like, basic FAQ, Q&A stuff, like, you know, what would be concerning you. And if anything, like, you know, fuck, Taylor card. If it concerns your thoughts any more after, then it would be something that, you know... Oh, it's red card after that. Okay. That's fine. I'll see what's gonna happen. I will just end up just redoing this mission anyway, if I get anything too bad. But, yeah, aside from that, yeah, just, if you got any more questions after watching those videos, at least via Good Flight Universe, then you can ask me, but, yeah, sadly I don't make any more live content. I know that people did like what I did, and I did like making it at the time as well, but since I'm not exactly in the best relations with the company anymore, because the company just made some pretty bad decisions for the player base. Or I would not like even think about getting back to it. I will not. I don't really play modern games that much, because I think most modern games are bad. I do wanna play some more like trendy games in a way too. That would be nice to like be on the same bandwagon with some other people to some extent, but I don't have the money for that. Like, if I had to pay for, like, 60 bucks for, like, a modern AAA title game, ain't gonna happen because I'm a student. I don't have money for that kind of luxury. So, honestly, I've been playing Final Fantasy for the last couple of years as streams. And I do intend to play some other things in my backlog, too, which are very different. But the thing is that I haven't really been able to do that lately. I've been so busy with, like, you know, first school stuff, then applying for a job. And then, like, just, you know, haven't been able to, like, focus on content creation ever since. So, I do want to get back to it. And then I got, like, also stuck with streaming as well. So, yeah. For now, it's been kind of a, slippery slope for me. But I do intend to get to play more RPG games, at least, as a common concept. Like, RPG games are, like, the thing for me. So, at the very least, I'm gonna get back to that eventually, more or less. What RPG games it's gonna be, not fully sure yet. But, I guess that's gonna come in, you know, as I get myself time to, like, focus on making videos again. But for now, it's been mostly the streams. Not because I stopped making videos altogether, but it's been very hard for me to, like, make time for videos as well, while getting everything else done as well. So if you like RPG games in general, it might still be a great channel for you. If there's any specific games you want to talk about, any specific games that you're, like, wondering if I've thought about before, then do let me know. But, yeah, I haven't, like, decided to at least play any more MMOs, because I have a feeling that I won't have the time to commit to MMOs the way I would like to when it comes to content creation. And the second thing is that if I ever, like, let go of an MMO, it's very common and it's very likely to happen that I would just end up losing all my viewer base because I'm not playing the exact same MMO anymore. Like, MMOs have this thing where people, like, have this specific game that they're into. Like, it's that one specific MMO they care about, and as soon as they decide to move away from that, it's gonna be like an automatic, oh god, no. So it's very hard to try to genuinely, like, hold on to the community when you're switching between MMOs. So I'd rather not do that. I'd rather have, like, actual RPG games that I can just easily, like, go in and out and never, like, end up thinking that I'll just run out of things to do. So yeah, that's kind of like my position with stuff right now. You're actually quite curious for new RPG games with AI coming in. You feel like indie game devs might get a chance to compete. Well, that's of course true that they would be, like, able to, like, let go of so much work for the sake of that, because I understand, like, and I know that AI does give them a lot more opportunities that they were not gonna have alone, because they couldn't, like, have the money to employ people to do things for them. But also, it's also, like, just as much as there is an opportunity, it's also, like, one of those, like, 1 in a million cases where it actually ends up being good. Because, you know, either the indie developers don't exactly have the opportunity to, like, you know, still make good stuff out of it, they won't have the capacity to do so, or they might just end up being lazy themselves and not exactly like focusing on actually making viable content. Maybe they don't have the skills as to do so. It's kind of like, you know, I like to think that AI has like positive effects like in the longer term all across the board, but it's only a very rare occasion when actually, you know, the benefits coming out of it are actually like very good. Like, it's, in my opinion, it's pretty damn rare that AI actually gets like good results. So I guess it depends on how much like the dev has a vision and not just like willing to just like release whatever slop they come up with and trying to like bag some money with it. I guess it really depends on like the value sets of the developer in question. And if they don't really like have a particular value set to go with, then yeah, it kind of like reflects on that. So I would say I'm kind of curious to see as well like how much AI could make the gamescape like challenge like the status quo that AAA titles have, because AAA titles are like sloppy already even without the AI. But that really depends on the people that are gonna work on these games, because, you know, indie devs take a lot of work. Like, being an indie dev takes a lot of work, and it's very hard to recognize. But at the same time, if somebody just, like, you know, decides that, like, they can keep the bar low because they're solo, take it as an excuse to, like, make AI slop. It's kind of like a two-way route, you know? So we'll have to see about that. But I'm curious to see how that's gonna go. I'm not sure if I'm ever gonna discover these games, but if I do find a game that is new and, you know, fresh and actually something I can afford and actually works well as a game concept, I'm glad to try that in the future. But I gotta say, I already have lots of like backlog to begin with, so I'm not sure how I would actually end up like finding myself new games to play anytime soon. So yeah. But I'm glad to hear though that you are having such an open vision about that, because I know that not many are having such an open mind when it comes to not so many have like an open mind when it comes to like these kinds of indie games or like AI and such. So actually like not just going for like the easiest and like the most popular titles out there. It's very nice and respectable in the sense, because, you know, I think many of the more modern popular titles are just bad for what I've seen. Have you actually like come across any RPG games yet that have like actually shook you in a way? That was actually made by like an indie team and actually utilizing AI for or something like that? Because I can't say that I've heard of anything yet, but of course I'm not exactly looking for any, so I could have easily missed things like that. Hey there, Karyu. I guess you got back from your walk. How's it going? And also, how you go? I guess I could ask you from you as well that what is your relationship with Flife right now? Because I mean, I know you came from that specifically, but I thought I might as well ask like, how are you feeling about the game currently? Oh, nice. Okay. Oh no, not you, Karyu. We had another person here come in, Hygo Daily, and they were asking if I was still making Flife content, and I don't, so I kind of explained the situation. And now I'm just asking, like, what is their, like, you know, relationship to the game as well as the other things that we discussed here. So, yeah, kind of like a mixed bag. Honestly, level 100, not too bad. Even though I didn't ask that from you. I mean, I did, like, get myself a level 100-ish character as well, but I left it at that. Not because I was getting, like, tired with the game, like, per se, or, like, the grind, but it was at those times when the game started getting a bit too nasty. That can't be true, because you can't even use spaces in that game when you make names. Well, if you think it's a Trail reference and it's made by you, then it likely is a Trail's reference. Ask the creator, though. I can't say. Then it was without spaces. Okay, fair. So you kind of like spilled your beans there that it was a reference, a Trail's reference. You shouldn't be so obvious about that. Oh, Zombify. There we go. It's happening for the first time. But I kind of want to have them use the level S flare. But I'm not really sure how it actually works, because it does say that... Oh, wait. Same ones listed in level. So, do I have to be, like, in plus minus 5 levels? Or, like, plus minus 9 levels for me to get level question mark S flare? Okay, okay. Good to know. Because this is honestly a pretty nasty one. And besides, we might fail this mission anyway, because I did send Fubar into jail, and I got 3 cards. That being said, actually, hold on. Oh, whoopsie. There we go. The darkness fades, and the last of the Red Wings with it. Did it now? It kind of depends on how well this went. Ah, you're playing it for nostalgia, I see. Volunteer. Volunteer. I got 2 volunteers in a row. I'm so lucky. I'm actually so lucky. I don't care about the money. Yeah, that is insane, dude. That is actually insane. But yeah, you started playing it 2 weeks ago and for the nostalgia factor. 1 out of 3 unique souls. Oh my god. Wait. Mithril Soul, Dread Soul, and... Is like Mithril Soul one of the first, like, unique souls that I got? Or was it something else? Martian Camus. Wow. When you were younger, you used to play it and couldn't afford good gear, so you don't mind the pay-to-win aspect of the game now that you're in your 30s and have the means to. I'm just gonna say in this case, Higo, do not spend on the game if you can avoid it. The game is not worth spending on, honestly. Like, I understand the frustrations at the time when you were a kid and you couldn't spend on good gear, like being just weak and all that kind of stuff all the time, but here's another problem. Flife Universe is not worth the, you know, it's not worth the spending. Mithril is not tied to monster, so Dreadsoul also isn't. Okay, the last one also is a reward of sorts. Okay. So, here's the deal, Higo. I don't mean to make it sound like you don't have any option, but I'm talking from, like, my own personal, like, honest opinion about this. Flife Universe is not worth spending on because if you remember it from the past as well, it's a very pay-to-win game in the sense that if you want to really have, like, the best gear out there, like, you want to have, like, maxed out gear, then it's gonna at least run you hundreds, if not even thousands of, like, you know, thousands of dollars to do that, to get maximum. You might want to spend a few dozen, few hundreds if you want to get, like, some, like, high-end, not completely perfected out. But, yeah, that's a thing. I see. Okay, it's your first FWC, so you're not unsure how this will progress once you have to go back to the main server. And your very interesting point is that you're Filipino, so there are several FA groups that sell. Okay, so I think we have somebody here that is very much still playing Flife and Flife FWCs themselves. So they can correct me if I'm wrong, but the thing, at least from when I used to play the game still when the first 2 FWCs came out, was that FWCs worked on the idea that you have to attend this, like, server transfer period, and if you don't, your characters would be gone. And the second thing is that all the gear pieces that are on you are going to be soulbound, so you can no longer trade those outside the FWC. So that's going to be, like, you're only going to keep basically the gear that's on you, some other, like, I think cosmetics, some other unique rewards that you got, like cash shop items, you're going to keep those, but everything else is just going to be voided, even your money. And then there's going to be, like, a big freaking money crash happening at the servers, like when people from FWC come over to the main servers. But that's like not my main concern here. My main concern is the fact that this game is really, like, predatory about the gameplay. Like, it was already, like, bad enough back in the day when you wanted to get plus 10 gear and plus 20 accessories and stuff. You would have to genuinely spend thousands to get yourself on that point, and that's assuming that you will only do it once, because the upgrade levels, the upgrade speed, the upgrade, like, chances get so low Now it's a little bit better in the sense that there is more like ramping in terms of like there's like now pity when you fail your upgrades a bit. But even then, there are more upgrades that are put into account here, more penny things and stuff, so it kind of like levels it out. And the other thing here is the fact that, well, that's only for like the base game. But this is the reason why I actually hate Life Universe so much right now, and it's particularly the FWCs. The main problem I see with that is the fact because the game is already so expensive to play for it to like get to like, you know, the proper end game. Well, the game is also like seeing like frequent yearly updates, so you're gonna have to like swap that gear away anyway, power creeping. But like FWC's thing is that when it's already so expensive to play the game, and you like spend all this money and time to set yourself up on the main servers, then when you like already like if you're new, that's fine. If you're not really concerned about money, I guess that's fine too. But if you're like in the middle in between, that you've already progressed well enough in the main servers, and you like wanted to just focus on that, you kind of cannot when it comes to another FWC, because during FWC the main servers just freaking die, and then you're basically forced to like start building up yourself a setup again because of FWC, because you cannot bring your characters over. It's always a fresh start. And in a way, it is, of course, exciting, but the main reason, of course, is the fact that they just want to monetize their plays again. So you kind of see people that are going to spend 5 digits easily in that game because they keep going for a new FWC every single year. They keep, like, you know, getting new gear pieces, new gears, it's for the characters, and all that kind of stuff. Like, it's kind of the thing that Life Universe does not respect your money. It doesn't respect your time. Life Universe nowadays is just a very predatory game. It already was predatory back in the day, but it was still something that was within, at least I would say, like somewhat on like moderate confines and something of a predictability. But now it's kind of like your investment in the game doesn't matter one shit, because you'll never have it perfect. You'll never have it good. Because the game will always keep pushing onto you, like, new stuff, and, like, you know, you'll always be just kind of like pushed away from the main accounts because of FWC. And, like, main servers are basically unplayable during the FWC period, because FWC gets most of the players in it. So, even if you wanted to focus on the main stuff and not worry about FWC, it's kind of like the next 3-4 months are just, you know, the next 3-4 months are just awful, because the servers are freaking empty. And it's very hard to play in a market when there is no market around you. So, and because life is very market oriented, it's kind of bad. So, yeah, exactly. I think Life by design is great, but I hate everything that Gala did to the game. Like, Life Universe Project M was originally supposed to be like this, we're gonna fund this game by cosmetics kind of deal. But now it's like this kind of corporate scheme of playing seasons and all that kind of stuff, and they keep adding more and more to the pile. At least from what I've seen. I haven't followed the game for the past 2 years, so if there's any developments like to back or forth, like good or bad, I don't know, honestly. Anybody can like correct me on that one, but honestly, from what it was looking like, things were just getting worse and worse by the day. And the moment I knew that Gala was gonna be involved in this in 2022, I felt like it's one day it's gonna go too far, and it did. So it's really like something I made consciously. So, my word of advice, Hygo, is that if you are really, like, feeling like it's worth it to you at the very moment, that, you know, it's worth the money, you like the fun you're getting out of it, then go ahead. But I'm telling you, do not spend at least insane amounts. If you're gonna, like, spend anything on that, then at least buy yourself a pickup pet, maybe some cloak and stuff. Unless they, like, change the cloak system, too, that there's even better cloaks you can get. But, the cash shop cloaks used to at least be the shit. That, like, the last cloak you're ever gonna get. And then, of course, the flying mounts. Depending on if you're gonna play with how many accounts, you might want to get more. But ideas, cloaks, pets, and mounts. Like, that's pretty much it. Those are, like, things that will never lose their value. But if you're ever gonna get to, like, upgrading, you know, you're gonna just burn a hole to your wallet, and you will not be happy about it. So keep yourself at least sane in that sense. Don't let yourself be swept too much, because Life Universe will easily eat up thousands from you if you let it really like get on the deep end. And honestly, from the people that I've been hearing, like from the end game content stuff, like they will not even say anything about like this game is fun. They will not even tell you that I love the dungeoning and raiding every single day, doing this daily dungeons and stuff. Like everybody just like keeps saying that. They just kind of like go. It's honestly not all that great. And people are shit. Not everyone, but many of the community people are pretty bad. So, especially if you're gonna play in international, because everybody's gonna be just like shambling for the same gear. So, my own piece of advice: keep a small distance from it. Be ready to disengage whenever. Fill out your nostalgic dreams. Get yourself like a character to like 60 to 80 to 100 to 120. Get yourself a master character or something like that. But once it's a bit too much, the moment you start feeling like you're gonna have to spend on gear up properly to go forward, stop there. Don't let yourself get on the spending level on that, because it's gonna get worse. So yeah, that's all I'm gonna say. I've been warning about this to everybody, but, you know, I'm not sure how many follow that. But I think it's important to mention. Welcome back, Migo. What you gonna have for dinner? So we didn't get the S-Flare for now, but if you're gonna really get it at a better time later, that would be nice. But I still didn't really understand how does it actually work. Like, yeah, it says something about within 1 digit level. I'm not sure if it means like it has to be like ±9 levels from the caster or something like that, but it did seem pretty nasty. But I didn't like realize how it works. I also thinking that maybe because its level was 46, a 4 or 6 in the level is enough. But they never used level of question mark as flare, so I'm not sure what was the case. Couscous with green beans, salmon and cream cheese. That sounds nice. I was about to say, like, that sounds pretty damn vegetarian, like, on the first half, but salmon was involved. But, hey, I love salmon. I haven't had salmon in a while, though. I kind of feel bad about that. I love salmon, man. It's just that fish is too expensive for me. Anyway. How long is now, our friend here in prison? 2 battles. Okay. And I guess I'm gonna have to save them from yellow cards and red cards. Vegetarians apparently consider fish to not be meat because they're hypocrites like that. What? How would that even work? I mean, okay, it depends on the vegetarian, I guess, but if some vegetarians call themselves vegetarians after eating fish, dude, that doesn't make any fucking sense. Like, yeah, don't butcher the cows, but just like freaking... Just like, you know, empty out the ocean. Like, as if that has any difference to it, in a sense. So much about values, man. Hey, there's a rose. 3 days walk into the Gotor Sands, I found a beautiful rose by an oasis. Yet it soon wilted. If only I had a vase. Wait, I had the vase. I had the vase. Oh, I had the vase. That's true. Okay, Desert Rose is doable. Exploration was only for the weapon, which I don't care about too much. Yeah. Okay. It's actually not vegetarian, but a Christian thing. It's because fish meat was a very common thing, whereas animal non-fish meat was a luxury, and that's why you can't eat during fasting. Oh, I can eat meat during fasting. It's because fish meat was a very common thing, whereas animal non-fish. I mean, that's a thing, Karyu. If they call themselves vegetarian specifically, then is that really like they're doing it by Christian values and not like... If they don't state it's like Christian values, then what is the case here? Also, I love your enthusiasm and ability to articulate the issue. To confirm, it's predatory behavior against. I assume you have no issue with the FTP models making a buck, as the game do have to make money. Yeah, I don't have anything against, like, you know, I don't have anything against, like, you know, a game monetizing itself. But it's just kind of like, you know, the design they went for with that game. And I would say, honestly, like, the amount of money Live Universe earns, it's certainly not the thing they would need for maintenance. I do understand the business models have to be at least viable for the game to run, but they already have a pretty good player base they had from the get-go. They had a very massive amount of people coming in for Life Universe, and they do still sell scrolls. They have the pay-to-win systems, like, intact. But, the whole thing here is, Higo, that from my perspective, from what I've seen, it's more like they're not even considering trying to keep the game alive. They're literally just trying to monetize its popularity and then dunk it down onto the ground. Like, they don't intend to keep it long lasting or long alive. They just want to reap the profits out of it and drop the game. Because they have been doing so much dirt on the game and the community over the past few years. It's like everything they could ever do wrong to make sure that people are just like, you know, like people are gonna lose their wallets faster. It's just, you know, they haven't really felt all that ashamed about it. Because again, there are enough people that are willing to spend money on scrolls and that. Like, you could even still monetize the game on just like the base gameplay without like splitting the things into like main servers and stuff. And I mean, if they really wanted to just make sure that people had events, then they could just like do the events on like the main servers. But instead they insist on doing servers that just start from the beginning and make people monetize it again. And that's really for money. It's like, there is a difference between like doing it for the sake of maintenance and then doing it for the sake of the profits. And like Flagala is so hard into the profits with this one. From what I've seen, it's like, I can't believe they would ever think about this like generally as just, it's mandatory for a game to stay alive. I mean, they're already like mentioned in their like quarter release that they get millions from this game. They get millions. I don't think running a few Life Universe servers is gonna run the millions. It's, yeah. And besides, Gala has been involved in some pretty fucked up shit over the past few years, like cryptocurrencies and stuff, like trying to like turn very different, like very like I would say, I guess, savage business models to like turn a profit. It's been kind of visible. It just, I'm not gonna say that that's like, I could say those are like two things of difference, but let's just say that Gala's track record isn't exactly supporting the idea that they're doing it for whatever is needed for the game to stay alive. They're doing basically everything in their possibilities to make sure that everyone has to come to their game, they have to use the money to play it, and that once the game is dropped, you know, they'll at least have more money out of it at the end of the day. It's like, you know, it is predatory in the sense that they are very much pushing the pay to win to it so hard, to the point where the F2P would already be viable long ago, but well, more money's more money, I guess. Corporate stuff. But yeah, yeah. I think what you say does make sense though, Karyu, but again, it's kind of like, it's not just like the Christian stuff. Like, I think it's a good excuse, but there are millions of cases of people that, like, you know, people just come up with different ways to be a vegetarian. It's like, however much people want to, like, you know, modify that to their own benefits. It's kind of like having a game with an Iron Man challenge of some sorts. Iron Man term can change, of course, between games, but the whole idea being like, you know, if you don't do the Iron Man challenge by like the specific constraints because you don't want to, you might want to like modify this or that because it's more fitting for you and more like more nicer and more pleasant to you. Like, there's like many different variations to the same thing, so it's kind of like the same thing with also like, you know, this vegetarianism, that it goes anywhere between like actually being just like completely greens only to having like animal products, some sort of animal meat, maybe even like, maybe there's just like a specific type of meat missing, but is that vegetarian at that point? It's kind of like just a fad at this point. I'm curious, it seems you really like this game when you start playing it, and did you ever consider a career in the gaming industry? Oh dude, I don't have any reason why I would get a career in the gaming industry. I don't have anything to prove that I'm a good gamer. I do love the idea to be a designer someday. I would love to be able to make an RPG game someday that would really like fit the values and what the game should be, in my opinion. Like, I think like many games have been suffering from the identity crisis for the past 20-ish years. Like, many games don't really have the soul or the innovation that they're supposed to have to make them feel like outstanding games that will be remembered. Many games are just made out on the idea that most of them are just straight up, you know, just, you know, it's a popular concept, it's a popular genre, so let's make a game out of this. It's not about making a game that is honestly good or is fun to play. It's kind of like, we make things because they look profitable, not because we think this game is gonna look good on paper. So it's kind of like, yeah. Yeah. But I have nothing to prove that I would be good in gaming industry. I don't have gaming related, or like, I don't have a game industry related educations. I don't have anything to prove that I would be a good designer, programmer, etc. I just like really going on a hunch, and nobody's gonna follow me on a hunch. But it would be nice to work on a game like that sometime. It would be pretty cool, but yeah, not exactly something in my hands. And also, I started playing Flight back, honestly, like 2005, 2006. My first few years, I was a very young kid, so I don't remember much about that. But I would say, like, after 2010s, I was pretty, like, vivid about the game. And honestly, that was, like, after, like, the game started falling down already. So, it's kind of, I miss the best times, but I have some faint memories of those. So I remember, like, the times when, like, Darkon was just filled with the shops and stuff. But I don't remember much about that, like, before I was, like, 10 or so. So, kind of, like, gone through, like, all the, like, the slippery slope with Flight. I've obviously been playing the game still in 2020, which is, like, when it was already, like, broken down, like, very badly. I've been in private servers for a long time in Flight as well. By the way, Flight Universe is also, like, just an official, it's kind of like, you know, Flight Universe has this thing, like, you know, it was also, like, an official private server. It was made by the private server community, but the thing is that, it's still something that, it's still, like, something that was officially published. So, like, there was a very big, like, private server scene for the game, but then it just kind of, like, just went crashing down eventually, because, like, now that, like, Gala decided to move against that finally, even though they've been working pretty close in ties with that for this whole time. So it's kind of like, you know, I've been going through, like, a pretty, like, dark history with Flight, and I'm just sad to see that whenever the game finally had, like, its shed of light to, like, get the game back on its feet, then all these kinds of controversies related to the game just keep happening. Yeah. It's like being a speedrunner who does glitchless runs, but still uses glitches that are convenient, saying they're exploits and not glitches. Yeah. Exactly, that kind of stuff, Migo. You gotta disagree. You mean that it's just the unfortunate truth that for a game to be developed, its feasibility has to be secured. But I think a game like Dragon Age probably originated from a good idea in itself, or D&D story style world. I mean, yeah, that's the thing too. Like, it's very hard to make a game that is good and marketable nowadays, and like having budget for it, and then like being able to cover for the budget, like making it actually like financially feasible. It's kind of like one of these sad truths that the games that are gonna like get the most popularity nowadays are the ones that are made by big companies, marketed by big companies, and that are getting presents given by big companies. But it's like one of those things that, you know, I'm not saying that I'm against feasibility. I don't think like it's against feasibility to make a game that actually is a good one. It's just that many companies don't seem to care too much about actually making a good game anymore. It seems that whatever slop is being made nowadays just like seems to be passable. It's kind of sad. Yeah, and like Clair Obscur was like a big fuck you to companies. But even then that was like a big investment, because I think the guy had to at least get financial support somewhere. Like, I think Clair Obscur, Clair Obscur is a pretty good example. I never played it, but I've heard so much good stuff about it. Like, Clair Obscur is a very good example of a game that defies the common rule that we have right now with games. Like, there could be good games made out there, but nobody bothers to make them because everyone thinks that it's more profitable to make slop shit that sells rather than making actually good games that are gonna be remembered. Dude, imagine. Dude, imagine. They already, like, dropped that long ago. They were supposed to work on that, like, I think in 2010s or so, but they dropped it. Probably because Cheap Potato fell down, so... And Dragon Age also, yeah, it had a good idea. That's where it stemmed from. It's just like, I go... The problem, I think, here now is that... It's not about that a good game would not be feasible. The other way around, like, the gaming industry is as big as it could ever get right now. There are so many players out there. But the thing is that because it is so infested with all the money that you can get out of it, it is more and more attracted to all these, like, greedy bastards. Like, all these greedy greedy corporate people that just want to monetize the platform and monetize the concept, monetize the entertainment, not as much about people that genuinely want to make good games that are fun to play. So we get more and more of these like cases of like these very not so creative games that are built on like, you know, concepts that sound good on paper and on trailer, but as soon as you like play the game and play it for a couple hours, those games are just gonna fall apart because they're either imbalanced, there's something about the concept that doesn't work out, or it's just not really well thought out and not all that intricate. They make it seem intricate, but then you realize that all these like different features that they have are just like kind of detached, don't really contribute to the gameplay value, but it's hard to see that unless you actually play the game. So yeah. It's not that they think generic slop is better, it's about the fact that management is a bunch of fighters and they completely... What do you mean by fighters, by the way? Because you use that with a big F. I want to actually hear about the definition. And they completely disregard fact games are art. So they take the economic shitty thing called safe return. Yeah. Not just safe return, but also like, you know, mass profits. It's easy to make things that, you know, are trendy in general, rather than coming up with some new ideas that are actually like, you know, innovative. It's kind of sad. Yeah, you mean that. Okay. I thought there was like another term on that. I didn't expect you to pull out the FFTA term. FGTs, yeah. Well, you're right about that. You're right about that. And I'm not saying that, you know, Hygo, that your opinion about that is like invalid either. Like, I think it's completely valid that a game developer team / developer has to consider if their game is viable as well. But, you know, I think the main problem here is that there are companies that would have the money. There are companies that could do it if they wanted to, but they don't want to because they're gonna profit much more off trying to like come up with ways to monetize their games rather than actually trying to come up with a game that is fun to play. Like, that kind of like thinking over like the player's pleasure has been kind of falling off, in my opinion, with many companies, and we call it modern slop. It's kind of like, it isn't really well thought out because we're just marketing the service, the box, not what's actually inside. I mean, I am capitalistic in like sense that I belong to capitalism. Like, it's not about that I'm against like, you know, I'm not saying that like I'm against how the game industry how game industry works fundamentally. It's about the people that make this stuff. Yeah. Yeah, me too, Higo. We haven't seen a good MMO in a long time, and that's like the same thing as well here. Like, many times MMOs are just, you know, made to be cash grabs. And they're not really fundamentally thought so well out, on the sense that they are not games that are actually like, you know, fun to play. They are more made to be as, you know, excitement inducing in the first few hours as possible, and like maybe like trying to make some games that are gonna be just like kind of like letting in and like bringing enjoyment to as many person groups as possible. But the problem is that when you add so much broad range to the customer base, it's gonna be so homogenized that it doesn't like have any more like, value to it. Like, the game loses its depth, it loses its like passion in a way. Yeah. And I'm not saying that this is gonna be something like a straight up debate to me personally. Like, I find like honestly like different views interesting too. But I would say that I got a pretty good idea like where goes the line between feasibility versus just trying to like grab the money from the side. Like, we see a lot of things of people just coming up with crappy ideas or like trying to like copy paste like good concepts because they want to like monetize on that. Like, you see like, let's say Baldur's Gate 3 is like super popular. Let's make another game like Baldur's Gate 3. Let's market it as such. Let's pretend it's the exact same thing. But when it comes down to like the actual like, you know, the execution and the game itself, it's bare bones. But it's kind of hard to like, you know, back down on that because people already bought the game and they paid $60 for that. Yeah. Are MMOs dead, perhaps? You've always wondered why triple devs like EA never made an MMO. The biggest one that they do is probably Blizzard's WoW. I think it's the fact that MMOs are super hard to maintain. Like, MMOs are honestly like the biggest like game concept nowadays. Like, it's the hardest to maintain the servers, the content, all that kind of stuff. Like, MMOs for longevity, they need to be maintained like properly and consistently. Yeah. Oh, did the SKG also actually like, you know, rip MMOs as well? Because I know they did the thing about live services, but how did actually like stop killing games actually like in fact like stop MMOs from being formed in the future? Is it from the exact same thing? Like trying to make sure that like live service games can never be fully deleted, like they actually have to be somehow stored somewhere? Or is it like something else? Why it might discourage MMOs from being made in the future? But yeah, I would say a dev like EA would likely not want to do that because it is a very high investment to get to, and it's very hard to like be certain that it would like give the returns back. So once again, safe return kind of policy, trying to go for like where like the fence is the lowest. Like very few MMOs make it, many die on process. There are many MMOs that are in the graveyard right now. Like we all know Gameforge, lots of Gameforge MMOs, Ion. I can't think of any other MMOs right now, but I know Gameforge has a lot of those. Like a lot of games that are like just about dead, but somehow they still keep the servers alive. I don't know how they do that. But yeah, lots of games that are just like abandoned and dropped out. MMOs are difficult. And especially between like, you know, expansions and like as time goes, preferences may change, the game might change its direction, it might like the taste might change a bit. It's like, it's a very heavy commitment in the end. Yeah. Okay, yeah, refunding subscriptions or microtransactions would never happen, but like offline conversion. Why actually, Migo, why is the offline conversion actually that bad? I mean, I understand that the game is, you know, game is dying and all that kind of stuff, but if you're not gonna maintain the servers anyway anymore, then why are they so concerned about the offline conversion? Is this one of those things? Because it's our IP. We cannot give our IP to the people. That's unacceptable. And like for what reason? Is it really just because they are queasy about it, or what else do you think about that? But yeah, I would say that my views about MMOs overall are built on experience I've like built over the 20 years, and like also like that shows also in the games that I've played, like in general, like the games I've seen over the years. It's kind of like I can like attest personally for playing like retro classics and like older games overall, like in the past 20 years or so, like even like playing games from the early 2000s or like late 90s and stuff, like playing those things, for example, for the first time ever, not even nostalgia factor, I can tell that there is a soul that has been in those in the past. There has been new ideas put out. It's kind of like companies don't bother with that anymore because most games will just make do without even having to like try to be innovative. There's no like competition of the degree where you have to actually like struggle for your like your concept survival, or for the game to like sell enough for it to like get the money back. It's more about the fact that it's easier to make, you know, copy paste stuff and sell it and get the profit than to, you know, add more things to it, actually spend effort on that, and then end up selling the product maybe for a little bit more, you know, little bit more like bonus money. But honestly, oftentimes I feel like companies can factor in the possibility that the players might feel so grateful about the game that they might come for the next one. Like each game is, I feel like it's considered to be its individual thing. We're not really paying much attention to the actual like value of the community or what the community thinks about the game. As long as it sells, it doesn't matter what comes out next. It's kind of like very sad. And I'm not saying this like as if I knew how the companies work from the inside. I'm just saying that it kind of seems like that, because I feel like people are willing to drop a lot of things. Like companies are willing to drop a lot of things and willing to like go very, very surface level with things, just to, you know, secure payment from their creation. And they will not hesitate to do the same thing again and hope, like, you know, that the people are gonna just stay. We're just gonna like more or less just rely on making a good impression on the store page, and once that's made, the game's already done. Like we don't care about what happens to the user afterwards. It's kind of sad. You're hoping for another banger MMO. You're beginning to think it's something locked in our generation. New games probably won't have it anymore. Yeah, that's the thing exactly. It's very hard to see any like games that are actually getting the kind of like right touch and right the kind of like right soul to it, the passion that it used to give. like I would say, for example, like when it took out like WoW as an example, we have some WoW veterans in this stream, in the server, in my community. There are many like WoW veterans in here too, and I think many would also say that WoW was also suffering from the same identity crisis. They were trying to adapt too much into the general market of like trying to appeal to too many different like player types, while they were focusing more on the nerdy, in-depth statistical nightmares that nerds are more into. They kind of gave up on the concept over the years, and now the game just doesn't have any sort of like, you know, identity anymore, because they let go of that because they thought that it would be better off for their game financially, probably, to stick to the masses that prefer a more easier gameplay. And that's sad in a way, because you're letting go of the very consumers or the customers that first came to your game, and they are not gonna stick for the next one. Like the very like player base you cultivated for the first few years, they're just all but gone because you couldn't just like stick to a certain concept. You wanted to broaden your horizons too much. And I mean, it could have been just like a thing where instead you could make it just an entirely new game more on that emphasis, but no. We kind of like lost WoW like 15 years ago. It's kind of, yeah. Progressively, not immediately, but it was happening over time a lot. But yeah, hold on. Let me see this. MMOs are designed to be played in multiplayer. Imagine having to play FFTA single player, raids and all. I mean, that's fair, Migo, but I mean, even then, people still have so much solo content in there. If somebody really wanted to see that kind of stuff, then that's fine. And if the servers are gonna be dead anyway, then who's gonna even, like, say no to private servers at this point? You might as well give the IP to that if you're not gonna keep them up anymore. Make it somebody else's problem. You might not benefit from it anymore because you already stopped the service, but then on the other hand, well, you decided to drop it. You decided to lose your faith in your own creation. And if somebody does it better, then is that really your problem? Is that really the private server's problem and not like your problem for not being able to make your game to actually respond to the needs of the community? Like if somebody else comes up with an offline private server that, like, you know, is gonna be like, let's say, half the population that the game ever had on its peak, then yeah, it's not because the game, like, you know, didn't have potential. You just sucked at realizing it. So there's a verse of competition that might appear more or less after the game's dead. I don't know, man. That just sounds like so selfish once again with these kind of deals. But yeah, even if they refine the AI parties member systems, they're just not feasible. Yeah, I guess I responded to that already. Yeah. It's just like one of those things, like, it's kind of like that one mentality that many usually have is that, you know, if I can't have it, you shall not have it either. And then you like think to yourself that, okay, well, fair, it's your creation and all, but are you really that much of a dickhead that you can't even give a product or a thing that you so-calledly cultivate and loved so much that you're not even willing to give it to the players that love the game? I mean, you could even make it to be a thing that you sell like servers on a royalty basis, like whatever proceeds you get, they like the servers get from their maintenance. They could like give a small like cut to it maybe to like the main company. It could still be like an offline revenue if they don't even hold any servers anymore. I don't understand. It's like I think there would be like ways to monetize also like letting others host servers on the game, but they're not willing to like realize that. It's kind of like a very selfish move in my opinion. I'm hoping for another banger MMO, yeah. You think this is the reason why you're still playing FWC? It's offering me that last is nostalgia. Did you play in Life Insanity? Is what you spend on those private servers nowhere near what Life University gets its user base to spend? I mean, it kind of depends on a private server. I didn't play Insanity, and I was not the type to spend on servers anyway. But I would say that many servers, what they did, they were either more lax on the spending, like there was not necessarily like spending, like you know, even always involved or like necessary. There were even servers that, you know, gave you the opportunity to spend money if you didn't want to spend the time on it, but it wasn't like a grinding blockade. Whereas in like the official servers, it more or less is. Like, it's kind of hard to get anything that you want with a reasonable amount of time without spending. Yeah. But also, like, I think it's okay to play again Life FWC or Life Universe. It's okay to play it for nostalgia and whatever you want to, like, achieve from your past, but it's definitely not the thing you want to invest money on, I would say. Because again, my opinion about the game is that, well, it is feasible in its basic model already, I think, especially because they got the players back. They had a very good amount of players when they first started, and many would have probably stayed if the game didn't get so predatory. But people started dropping because of that, and then, like, I guess they wanted to tighten the grip a bit more, but it's just gonna be a backward slope that's just gonna keep making it worse and worse. And I know this is kind of like a controversial issue on the topic, considering the fact that private servers are never meant to be, like, you know, existing. Private servers are illegal, yes, but it's kind of like this thing where the private servers have existed since time immemorial, like ever since 2010 basically, because life was starting to go down, and they decided to like turn a blind eye to that because they knew their game wasn't doing any better. So you know what, just keep the community around, and you're gonna use a product made by the very same community, and a few years later you're gonna just basically slash it out on basically almost every single like private server out there, at least all the popular ones. It's kind of, yeah, it's kind of a big backstab what they did with that. Like, I honestly don't mind in many other cases, like with Blizzard, like removing private servers, but if you were actually allegedly working together with the private server community, you know that those are private server guys, you know that the devs and the private server guys work with each other on their own projects together, but even then you're willing to drop them off like that and just like, you know, drop the hat. It's kind of, it's very much like a breach of trust. Yeah. You had that universe enough, obviously. Same here. Amy Apricot. Amy Apricot? I guess I'm gonna go with that. So, yeah. I don't hate Universe as a concept, but I hated FWC. And Gala did make Universe progressively worse. I think Universe did build up on the things I think life was suffering from. Many of the things, like they made very good balances, like Ringmasters could do solo content and buff scaling. It made Int feel so much more meaningful in that game, rather than just like longer buff times. Like there were lots of tweaks that I think made sense, and I was actually very happy to see. But the main problem I saw with the game was indeed the fact that Universe became much more predatory than the original game did. No, I'm not. I'm actually an engineer. Sorry for like the so-called fancy wording though. But yeah, I don't mean to like start a debate about that, and honestly I think like all the visions and values and opinions about the game are just completely valid. Like I don't stop anybody from enjoying the game as it is. I know there are people that enjoy the game for what it is. We have people that play the game and I say fine, that's okay, like you play what you do, we won't stop you from doing that. But when it comes down to like what made me stop, what made me quit the game, and what made me not support the game anymore, it's just like, you know, I am very transparent about that. I don't hesitate to say what I thought about it, and even if my visions were not the most popular or like the most, you know, agreed on, it's just something that I cannot back down on because it's something that personally got me to stop. So me lying about that would be like lying to myself basically, so I'd rather not do that. But yeah, I hope that, you know, kind of, you know, explain things a little bit. But yeah, in general though, just to make sure you got the answer to your question there, Life Universe is usually more expensive, but that's like, it's like normal rates. Private servers are usually like more, you know, higher rates, so it's easier to grind things. But they have monetization, but it's not on the same extent as Life Universe should do it. And oftentimes it's more in the form of donations and giving progression skips, not giving content that's locked out behind a paywall. So it's kind of like more like pay to skip and not pay to win, and it's very different in that sense. Some servers may be predatory and pay to win, of course, but, you know, those servers, you know, there's as many ways to like maintain a private server as there are private servers, so it's kind of like I can't say there is a general statement for that. Yeah. No, right, I totally love your point and views, it's great. I think you should become a journalist and more economic stuff. I appreciate that, thank you. I mean, it's like one of those things that I love to talk about things. I love to be honest. I love to talk about deep things, but, you know, I don't know a place where I would honestly get myself like the kind of actually visibility on that kind of things. Like, who would care to read about my things and where would it actually be seen? Like, I would say my content creation is just about the journalism I need at this point. Like, if anybody wanted to hear about my Life Universe specific stuff, they can check my videos, they can ask me anytime. I don't mind that. And if anybody wanted to, you know, find out about my values when it comes to games and stuff, I would always talk about that whenever asked to. And honestly, all the things that I did in Flight Universe and why I stopped doing it is all on the channel, so on that case, yeah, it's all there. But if I was to like start a my own like personal critical thinking journalism thing, I don't know if that would be my thing. I'm not usually the kind of guy to like, you know, start causing like discussions or like start, you know, causing drama. It's not my thing. But I'm just giving credit where it's due. Some comments that are needed to be put. Yeah. You have a charisma to grow a podcast. Very polite and logical in getting the point across. Not rude at all. Yeah, thank you, honestly. I actually have heard that podcasts are popular and all that kind of stuff, but it's just, I never really thought about making one. What would I make it out of, honestly? How would I make it to have content in general? And all that kind of stuff. Like, it's kind of like a nice idea as a concept, but actually like making it to be like some sort of a series is very difficult. But yeah. Yeah. But hey, we're all just people that have different things that they enjoy. Like, our education may have very little to do with how we are. I just went with the education that like felt like it suited me, like as a person, because I think logical thinking is the thing that got me into that. But also on the top of that, of course, I feel like it's very unlikely that I'll actually end up working on things that actually have to do with my education. It was just the most viable route that was like, you know, securing me a direction that would suit me the most. But I likely will end up doing other things too, so yeah. I haven't actually. I don't really like listening to podcasts, but I could look into that at some point. Is it like talking about the CEO's, you know, lifestyle and like the kind of processes of thoughts they have in the background? But also, Amy Precott, I appreciate the fact that you also like are thinking that you enjoy the like the little explanation slash discussion pointing I have here, because well, I don't know if you've been following my streams a lot in general, Amy Precott, but it's nice to see that somebody comes into this kind of like something that can very easily turn into a heated discussion with most people. And that's the reason why I don't usually talk about this stuff unless prompted to, because I can talk about things but not many others can. So I'm very happy that despite the fact that it's a little bit like not actually playing the game but actually talking about more serious matters, I'm happy that you're enjoying that. Well, I would say that I could do that, but I'm also the kind of guy that I need a valid cause for what I do. I'm not a guy that does things for money or for popularity. I don't do things because it's feasible, like, you know, societally. I do things because I enjoy it. Even if I was to earn $1 million a month from something, if I didn't actually, like, you know, find it fun, it wouldn't matter to me. Like, that's like the main reason I stopped playing Life 2. Like, I stopped content creation because I hated the game. I could have kept doing it, and it would have been kind of like a golden goose to some extent. I could have grown even bigger with my content creation, but I didn't care. What I cared about is that I didn't lie to the people that play the game, or my community, the people that watch my videos. I didn't want to lie about what the game is right now. I didn't want to lie about the values. Didn't want to lie about the things that I felt about the game, so that's why I quit. I felt like it would have been the biggest lie to the community and to myself to keep making videos about the game I could not stand. Just because I wanted to get some pennies out of it. Oh, no. If I'm gonna get popular, it's gonna be about the thing I enjoy doing, wholeheartedly. Not about, like, lies and smoke and mirrors, for the sake, because it seems to be the most secure way for me to provide monetization. It's the most randomest thing, diary of a CEO, from weight loss, AI developments, health advancements, trait of Hormus. That's a new term I haven't heard about. Interesting. But I mean, that is interesting. It does sound interesting to listen to, but yeah, I'm not really much to listen to podcasts. I'm actually kind of usually like pretty caught up with other things that I'm doing, so I'd end up thinking about it too much. Can I throw you a curveball question? Why keep the videos posted and not delete them? Your video helps certain people get into it. You know, I was thinking about the very same question out there. But I was also thinking to myself at the same time that even though the videos are, of course, like the very thing that advertise it, I also have videos that are anti-advertisement to the game. I have stated my cause for what with it, why I don't make any more videos, but at the same time, if somebody does get to the game, because honestly, it's more likely that people get through the game through advertisement, like they find an advertisement and then they find my videos and then they get into the game. But I want to at least give the people that wanna see the game. I wanna at least give them the most, you know, clarity, like black on white paper, you know, experience. I don't want them to be confused about what they're doing. I don't want them to feel like they don't know what they're doing in the world. My videos existed not to incentivize players to stay on the deep end. I incentivize the people to get started. I want them to understand the game. And I don't want to like stop newbies, because the whole point I had from the get-go was to let the newbies enjoy the game. Yeah. One try topic is how nostalgia blinds off. I was thinking of doing a video on FF7 OG versus the remakes, because you keep seeing complaints on remake. Apricot, I played FF7 for the first time a couple of years ago. It was interesting. It was a great game. I didn't have any nostalgia tied to it. I only knew about the game from the past, but I never played it properly, so yeah, don't have much into that. This whole FF marathon actually is like a deep dive into the franchise when I personally haven't been playing the game myself ever. Like many of the Final Fantasy games, I've only played Final Fantasy X. Every other Final Fantasy is new to me. All the retros, all the old games. So I'm seeing for myself, are they actually good games or not? I cannot be biased because I haven't ever played them before. I have nostalgia tied to it. And I'm willing to separate that a certain game from a certain franchise. Even if I like the franchise wholeheartedly, I will kind of still differentiate bad games from the crop, basically. No worries, Higo. Thank you so much for dropping in. And I hope that that was enough of an explanation. And whatever you're gonna do with the game, go ahead and enjoy it. But remember, if you feel like spending is getting a bit too much if you feel like spending is gonna be the only option for you to like get farther in the game, please consider if you wanna go on with that, or if you're just better off dropping it. There are other games out there. Don't feel like life is gonna be the only thing that is gonna be worth your money. It likely won't be. But yeah, thank you. So, honestly, you should do that, Apricot. If you want to, like, talk about nostalgia, I think you should do that. Nostalgia is a very good topic to talk about, because I feel like it does affect people a lot. But, of course, there are also those people that are able to, like, see beyond nostalgia. I was able to drop WoW after 10 years. And I can see, like, black on white nowadays, too. Like, I think, for the most part, black and white, that what concepts interest me conceptually, not just the essence of feelings that I had before. I'm always challenging myself in a way that I always like to put my thinking on a new level. I always don't want to get stuck on the same thinking or the same concepts. I like to like see things with a new pair of eyes always, and seeing like what drives me to play something or to do something. And I notice the reasons, like when I like more and more delegate those like versus like retail WoW and like other WoWs, I like get the better idea of what things actually keep me on a game. And that's why I can say with confidence about mechanics or things that make games better. At least for me. I don't know, that's not for everybody, but I've been building up like, I wanted to always learn the why of things. So I've been working on that for a long time when I'm playing MMOs and other games, so I would say nostalgia is not as important to me as actually being utilitarianistic and just like being conceptually, you know, aware. So, and it helps that if I don't have a stigma with the game already. And it's been a very nice thing to like look into these games and actually enjoy these, because they're actually creative games for what they are. But yeah, sorry about the Karyu. I know the barkeep probably is already like, you know, they're already like probably like, you know, died of old age, but I feel like now that the topic started, I feel like it's better for me to actually focus on that. Yeah. Super relatable. I know, right? But it's actually a very rare thing to hear though, Apricot. So I'm very glad to hear that you are feeling that way too, because I think being analytical, no matter what the game is important. Like, you want to... I like to think the way that even if I go to a game I played like 10 years ago, I like to think about, you know, why the game is a make or break. Why that game isn't actually as good as I may remember it to be, and why the game that I never played before might feel much better. Yeah. Don't worry, Karyu. I'm glad that it's not at least, you know, something completely like, you know, disgusting to you to be talking about this kind of stuff for too long. But hey, I like to think that streams are not just about the games. Like, these games can be played through at any time. If anybody doesn't want to go through dialogue, they can just like rewind this video like half hours later to see that I'm still stuck on the same spot. So if anybody just wants to see the gameplay, they can. But, you know, if somebody really wants to have a discussion on stream, I think streams are part of that. I personally feel that on streaming, that if you're able to like see gaming and streaming as like, you know, more than just like separate things, you can just stream, enjoy the chat and stuff while playing. Like, not every single second has to be about progress and effort. you can actually also like enjoy the time with your community. If it comes down to that, then I think it's a pretty good balance. Like, this game ain't gonna go anywhere, so might as well enjoy it. I'll go get the break. Actually, I'll get a soda. BRB. But yeah, thanks to everyone though for contributing on that. I know that I could have been having an entire monologue about that myself with somebody else, but honestly, I'm very thankful that everyone did pitch in and found the conversation at least somewhat interesting. And of course, I will not say, of course, that everyone is gonna have a one-to-one opinion about this with me, but please, feel free to challenge my opinion anytime. Give your own thoughts, give your own opinions about things. At least I will not judge them. I wanna hear what others think about these things, because it can even help me also grow up and think about things differently. It's just, I would say, if you are interested in taking the topic into consideration, I'm not gonna be the guy that's gonna stop you. I will gladly hear what you think. You just came in on the discussion of MMORPGs, and Final Fantasy and both those have very huge nostalgia based on fandoms, so I thought your video would be great. Yeah. I mean, honestly, Final Fantasy, being over 35 years old by now, I think. I think the first game came in like 86 or 87, almost 4 years. Wow, crazy. So, Final Fantasy and both those have very huge nostalgia based fandoms. Like, that's true, like, you know, there's a lot of history with, you know, Final Fantasy, MMORPGs and how they've developed, but also there's a history within us. And we are much more likely to feel positive emotions about our childhood memories and let those affect us. Have a strong devotion to a series, a strong devotion to a specific game, because that's what we remember them as. They were something that changed our childhood in a better direction. So there's no way we could ever see them in a way that we would feel bad about them. Except we grow up. We have different tastes eventually. We also mature a bit more. The one little thing that you saw, like, let's say for me personally, like when I was playing Life as a kid, see my name turn green when I get in a party, that used to be the coolest shit ever. But nowadays, I gotta be honest, getting into parties and all that, you know, exciting anymore. Like, you just gotta let go of those like little things that used to get you so excited. You kind of end up finding new ways and reasons why you enjoy games. And, you know, I think like actually being able to realize those and not just like, you know, just brain deadingly just playing a game for 10 hours, finishing it, and then thinking to, okay, it was a great game, let's move on. But then you don't even remember why you enjoy the game, or you're just going by that, I enjoyed this because I enjoyed this as a kid. It's a very bad concept to look into. I really think it's very good to like always look into like what gets you into a game and what keeps you playing. Regardless of if it's old but gold or if it's gonna be something brand new to you. Because it can also help you define what makes a game good for you and for others. Not others. Anyway, the Flower Vase mission. I was supposed to get a blue rose, so what am I supposed to do here? Do I want to go for old statue? I think I'll do old statue. This thing is freaking fire, dude. At least I know I will use it. That's a cool thing. Goat Horse Sands. We can do that. Absolutely. Anyway, I guess I'll put my headphones back on and finally get to gaming, guys. So let's go see where the blue rose is. Old man is alive still. Old man somehow still managed to hold their script together after like almost an hour of just slapping guns. Somehow, I feel much brighter towards this guy. This guy really knows how to do their job. Okay, so Goat Horse Sands is there, so we're gonna have to make it in 15 days. We can make it. I'm just more concerned about these shits here. Oh, they're gone in a day. It's fine then. We're gonna make it. Do we make... It's the same regardless if I go left or right, so let's do it. But yeah, like, I would say, Apricot, we don't exactly have this kind of conversations often. Like, usually when somebody sparks the conversation, I have it. But if you ever get any questions, anything else you want to talk about, feel free to. just the same to you as well, that if there's any opinions you really want to talk about, like, I will not judge you for whatever opinions you may have, even if they were different from mine. I love to hear our opinions, and if somebody else has a problem with it, then, you know, it's my stream. So, as long as you have interest in, like, expanding thoughts and, like, sharing them, I'm happy to hear those out. Is that true? He yaps to every single stream. I know I do, but not like this. Hey, guys, come on. Okay, I may yap every single stream, but how many times do I yap about controversial topics? Other than Emishu, of course. Emishu is always controversial, but that's an exception. We always talk about Emishu. Meteorite? I don't think I could learn that. No. Hey, guys, come on. At least I don't usually get stuck for half hours doing nothing. I may just lag around and do stupid shit, but I don't get stuck for like, you know, an hour straight. Emishu is not controversial, it's common sense. I think it's controversial, doesn't that make it controversial? Oh, man. Tough audience. Okay, anyway. So we got nothing new in here. I guess I could just nuke them. Well, it's gonna be an easy desert rose. Steal morph charm. Oh, that's fine. We're not gonna steal anything from here. I can even bring Devanch back on the field. Crazy stuff. You know what they say, common sense isn't very common. That is so fucking true. I wish I could say no to that, but it's so freaking true, man. Like, actually, people, get brains together. Actually think about what you do for a second, and not just, like, make the first impulsive decision that you make and think, like, it's okay to do. Like, my god. According to statistics, over 80% of people aren't capable of common sense. Migo, I need the source on this one. I need the source on this one. But it's so true! It's so true! Basic human decency. Being actually nice to people. Having consideration. Where are those gone? Oh, man. It's so true. Well, people are different, I guess. Oh, wait. Debulk. Right. Bolt breath? How powerful is this? Not as strong. Okay. It's fine, though. What's this, the learning from Partisan? Cheer, yeah. Source many psychological studies to your own research. Hey! Since when in any research ever... Like, when did any research ever just, like, tell you to go, like, you know, find your own research? Like, do your own research to find out the sources? Like, you know, just... Low-key, like, any scientific paper, you're like... Source, trust me, bro. Imagine if that was how it was. Are you really gonna give the treatment to me now? Man, that's so nasty. That's so nasty. I'm asking for, like, you know, I'm trying to trust you for once, and you're not even gonna give me the source, man. Where has the world gone to? How do you think I'm ever supposed to build a good, trusty foundation with you, if it comes down to this? I want the study paper on my face right now. I'm interested. Yeah, exactly, but how is that actually, like, what's the word again? How is that, like, actually, you know, objectively credible source of information? You're, like, definitely not opinionated one bit. Oh, fuck, man. Marcel says I made it the fuck up. 80% of the source, trust me, bro, cases. I made my own empiric research by observing people, having very, like, strong preconceptions and opinions tied to it. And if I think cat food tastes like shit, I tasted it. Yeah, cat food tastes like shit. I felt like that from the beginning, I see if you like it, so therefore, objectively speaking, cat food tastes like shit. Source my life history and experiences. Guys, if you could advance science with this kind of approach, I think we'd be so much more fucked up. That is one thing I can at least, you know, agree on. At least humanity did at least somewhat good, that we at least want to use sources. But then again, sources are also kind of biased because there are sources that are being released and not released based on if they're gonna be good for the publisher or not. So even all the the good information that we could be having may not be released because it would be bad for the person that would be releasing it. So hard, just going based on pure opinions or just going by publicly released information, while the publicly released information might be just fully opinionated and towards the direction they want to get an answer to. Not necessarily that it's gonna be the most absolute truth that has been found out by the pure interest in that information, but just because the information gives validation to a certain other case. Imagine a world free of cancel culture and where no one can call me out for my outlandish claims. A world where I can say the N-word. Miyako. I would say, in a way, I'm not gonna say this seriously, only half seriously. In the world, if we didn't have to worry about things like how we call people, I don't think we'd be in the situation in the world we are in right now. And I think that would be a very nice thing. If we didn't have to worry about that too much. I think we kind of built the shit for ourselves. We got ourselves into this shit. Voluntarily. Monsters. They want to step aside, I guess. Nope. That would be way too nice to Vanjie. Vanjie. But, yeah. Honestly, I think, Miyako, if we were able to be in that world, I think it would be a much better place. Because, you know, we don't have to worry about how we're gonna express somebody all the time. Then again, of course, that word has its particular, connotations and how people usually mean it. So if people really mean it with bad intention, that's bad. But if somebody, uses a word as a way to express somebody, not in a bad way, is it, a bad word to use anymore? But the problem is that, you know, people are willing to assume that they're meant to be said in a bad context. And it's very sad. It's very sad. Desert Rose. Wait. Desert Rose. Wait, Rose and Patrol? Are these actually connected somehow? I think it's Desert Rose, but you can just say Desert Gas, gas, gas. I'm gonna step on the gas. Do they actually make Patrol out of Rose? I don't know, dude. I hate when people call me a nice individual like I have a job or something. And not to mention that it makes you only a nice individual because you have a job. Not because you're an actually, nice individual, but because you're in a nice position. And why do people say that? Oftentimes likely because they want to get on your good side. Why? Probably ulterior motives. Do you know the motives? Likely not. But, well, compliments are nice. And it will definitely not, affect our, logical argumentation or, you know, our final decisions. We would never do that. Humans are never, fallible to compliments. Or any sort of, other, you know, forming up. Man, that went so much. That was so much on, the extreme direction, but I welcome it. But I don't want to say this in a way that, you know, I don't want to make extremely radical claims here. But if people could really just, you know, say things without, any malicious intent, but, people, would not be stopped from saying those because, others think it's malicious intent, it would be a nicer world. Let me call black people because it's descriptive. Don't, make me stop saying black people because for some reason some people are gonna feel bad about that. Even though sometimes black people themselves will call themselves black. It's gonna, yeah. And it doesn't have to be a derogatory thing. It doesn't have to mean that you're differentiating them as a person of different culture. You're just giving a descriptive way to, well, a way to describe somebody. Yeah. I got black moles everywhere. Those are black. They're not freaking dark tone. Those are not dark tone. Those are not just outliers. They're moles. They're black. They're black. Why do we have to make it more complicated than that? Do we have to assume that whatever people say is always in the bad idea or, in the bad sense? Everybody always wants the worst from us? Or to us? In high school, people called each other, every slur in the book. And depending on the group you were with, oftentimes people were not even like necessarily like insulted by that. Of course it could be insulting, it could be like meant with insult, but nah, people can call each other like shit for the funsies and stuff. Like, I could call like a good friend like hello there asshole, and they would just call me hello asshole back. You're like, you know, it's about the context. It doesn't mean the word itself is bad. Yeah. It's just like one of those things, like I feel like nowadays problems are like built a lot on that. Like, nobody means anything wrong with it, but we just want to understand them wrong, and it's very sad. And I wish people could just be chill, dude. Like, you calm the fuck down. We're all just trying to live a life here and just like live in the way we are, you know, we feel comfortable with. Not having to like walk on icicles all the time. At least I do. I know I do. I love eating ice, but I don't like stepping on ice. Ice is cold. And if it's like, you know, especially like ice picks, oh boy. Or like, you know, icicles. Oh, those are stingy. It's kind of like stepping on Legos. It's not fun. But yeah, that's like, I don't usually talk about that, but I felt like that was at least something I could say about like how I see things. If anybody wanted to get like a first impression of how I'm like as a person, I would say I'm pretty carefree. I'm pretty stress-free about things in many cases. And if somebody decides to make it a case where something was not okay because they didn't like it, well, you don't have to deal with me. That's okay. It's your life. It's your choice. Nobody said you had to deal with somebody you didn't like. It's not fun walking on minus 30 degrees icy ground. Exactly. It's slippery, it's cold, it's uncomfortable, and nobody likes it. Except those that want to be in control. But, you know. If you say that they want to be in control, then they would be insulted by that. And so you can never say that. But yeah, I would say, overall, I'm a pretty open guy. It's just the problem that mainly is that most other people aren't. So, I don't usually express myself because of that. It's so cold that it starts burning your feet. You have experience. Where the fuck are you living in? In Yakutsk? Where have you been, bro? Or, like, do you live in that, like, ice-cold wasteland right this instant? Are like from Norway's mountains or something? Are you from Finland, Lapland? But if you are from Finland, then, you know, torilla tavataan. Canada. Close enough. Close enough. Damn. So it's like morning for you then? You know, I would say that we have somebody else that's Canadian here, but I guess it's more appropriate to say that they're from the Canada region, not that they're Canadian. But, you know, all the same, they are roughly the same time zones and areas as you are probably. So, I have a rough inkling how bad it can be. 9 AM. Oh, so you are more on the... So are you like actually West Coast? 10 hours, goddamn, that's like 10-hour difference. Wow. Well, good morning. What an interesting thing you woke up to then. I wasn't expecting that. Must have been a very interesting thing to have your morning coffee too. Can I do decent damage with this? I have my doubts, but... 76... I could kill this guy. Yeah, let's do it. West Coast. Yeah, sorry, I always like to affirm this because... I have a very strong thing where I really want to like learn the time zones and like really be aware of where everybody is based on the, like the time zone designations. And I like got a pretty good understanding now that East Coast is like minus 7 hours from me. Or no, yeah, minus 7 hours from me, while West Coast is minus 10 hours from me. Anywhere in between is like middle of American region. We woke up at midnight and went back to sleep at like 6 AM and woke up like an hour and a half ago. I'm probably going to nap again. Aw, how come? Had a bad sleep or... What's going on? And I actually had, not that I woke up at midnight, but I stayed up or like slept in a bit more later than usual. Like, I usually sleep for like, I would say 6 to 7 hours. More like 7 hours, but I kind of slept for like more like 8.5 hours a day. I was supposed to wake up at 8, but I woke up at like 9:30. It was quite surprising, but those things happen. Luckily, the plans I had for the day didn't actually get foiled because of that, because my friend also woke up at the exact same time. Like, they sent me like a message on Discord 5 minutes ago that they're awake. And we actually ended up being ready for the day at the exact same time. It was crazy. So yeah, it's been a pretty chill morning. Although, I still don't understand why I started yawning at the beginning of the stream, when I had slept so much. Sometimes even I don't understand how my body works. But then again, my yawning isn't exactly always yawning. It's weird. Oh, yeah, because I see, yeah. So, you only slept like 1.5 hours, man. Unless you slept quite a bit, like, from X time to midnight. But I guess you haven't had enough of sleep for yourself today yet. But if you're gonna do that, then go ahead. Like, honestly, if you need to sleep, then you should do that. Just, let yourself off if you don't have any, like, particular reason to wake up early. And if the nap is gonna make you get through the rest of the day, then you should do that. There's a spring there. We found the oasis. 6.5 total. So you went to sleep at like, what, 7 PM? You're going to sleep pretty early. Or do you do that knowing that you have some sleeping issues? Yes, the munch got sheer, finally. Okay. Very good skill ups there. Spraying in the desert? Why would anyone leave a piece of metal there? Don't ask me. Maybe pirate treasure? I love pirate treasure. Wait, how much elementite do I have? At least 3. We can just drop 1, it's fine. You will always have sleep issues. Oh, I see. Do you like go to sleep that early knowing that those are gonna happen? Or is it more like you just kind of like go to sleep whenever? Like you don't exactly have a consistent schedule. In a few days, money will come in and sleep issues will be gone for at least a week and a half. Medication? That you can barely afford. Yes, I got material armor and Hades bow. Thank you. Thank you. You gotta sleep whenever you're tired, I guess. Okay, okay. Thunderstone. Oh, Maverick's got those done. Fine. I see. Damn, that sucks, man. Archery Antelope. I only have 2 of those, so I guess I'll take it. Oh, fight ban. I'm gonna keep the fight card. You know what? Drop the spears, drop the knight swords. We got fight. No, actually... Shit, this is hard. I guess I'll drop the... I'll drop the fight, actually. Because, honestly, I can use... Color magic. I can actually use a lot of things here. Like, I can actually, like, use a lot of skills. I don't need fight. Even like how you don't use Emenalus and just keep on punting those yellows and reds. Yeah, because I don't exactly pay attention. I only get like law triggers only when I don't pay attention to them. And when there are law restrictions, I don't usually have the card I need to get rid of them. I swear every single law that I care about is R6, and I don't have a single R6 card. It's my luck, man. But if I know the laws, I'm very, very like careful about that, and I know how to play around it. It's just that I forget to check the laws. You were up for like 23 hours before sleeping. Okay. Well, I will not judge you on that, Amy-Pricot. If you cannot like do much better than that, then it is what it is. If your medication or other like life reasons like stop you from sleeping properly, I won't like get against that. But I hope at least that your sleeping things will get a bit better at some point. I'm not sure if it's ever gonna be possible, but I hope you can at least get a better grip of that. Because personally, actually having a stable like sleeping is such a blessing to me. I have a lot of people that tell me that they are very jealous of my sleeping skills. I can fall asleep in 5 minutes. I sleep pretty consistently. I don't need to nap. I don't even use coffee. So I have a pretty crazy way of living. So it's kind of a very specific case. And I'm very sorry that you had to go through those difficulties. I know that many others are not able to do it the same way I do. The red wings are gone from Emenalus for good this time. We owe you our lives, Clan Rio Knights. Well, I would just hope the Palace would feel the same way about me, but they never do. Palace hates me. Life is. Anything change? Travel aid. Please let the waypoints in the Coring Wood. Yeah. I guess because we just lost Coring Wood. I don't care. Just gonna take it. Marius? Actually, before we do that, I wish I could do the fall asleep in 5 minutes. All my childhood, yeah, I mean, like in bed for 2 to 3 hours trying to sleep. I used to be a bit worse about that when I was a kid, but nowadays I feel like I've got a pretty good control over that. And it's not that I feel like I'm about to fall asleep on my bed or like on my chair or something like that. I'm just very much good at like just like getting into sleep mode. It's a weird thing. It's a habitual thing that's grown over the years. I guess you could call it like kind of like the military tactic, what they call it. Not that I ever like went into it consciously like going for that, but I just kind of took it for myself subconsciously. Yeah, Marius, you had you just finished your skills, so you're gonna have to get something else. What do we have? Do you want to teach you Thornberries? I want to teach you fairies, I guess. Fairies and bugs. That's a new one that we don't have yet, I think. But yeah, I feel you there. I understand the pains and like actually the idea that it would be nice to have that. Because I mean, even though I can like just like tell people just like, well, we'll sleep better, lol. But I know that's not gonna help anybody, so why would I do that? The most stable sleep your pattern you had was like sleep at 5 AM, wake up at 9 AM, work job 1, work job 2, do stuff like 3 AM plus, then try to sleep. You slept for just like... You only slept for like max 6 hours? How did you like make that? Lots of energy drinks? Because damn, I don't drink that shit. I feel like my body would just go out of control with that. More magic cotton? Do I need that? I don't know if I need that. I still need both of these. What does Soldier's Wish need? No, Clock Tower. Cat's Tears. How do I get Cat's Tears? The Performer. Rabbit Tail, can't do that either. Darn kids. Yeah, this one. You didn't do caffeine at all the time, just insomniac things. Yeah, I had a feeling from how you put it. It just... I don't understand how your body functions like that. Because I have a pretty, like, strong wall nowadays. Like, if I try to stay up a bit too late, like, if I go usually to sleep at, like, 1 or 2 AM, if I try to go past 3, I'm gonna get, like, this wall of melatonin. It's crazy. I can fall asleep mid-gaming, even if it was high octane. 6 hours max, but it was staring like 3 to 4 hours. And I don't know how you did it. But also, why did you work 2 jobs? Isn't that pretty draining? Or was it like what you actually had to do to like just like to survive, you know? Because I can't imagine like doing 2 jobs to be all that pleasant. Yeah, I guess I'll do these 4. But then I'll just send myself to another exploration mission. Okay, who's gonna be valid for this? Lini still needs the EXP. Or Gale, whichever they had missing. So send them to this. Oh, by the way, guys on the chat, if I wanna use an item that can be used to get a unique character, does it work on errands or does it have to be used on an active mission? Because I could send the item in, but I'm not sure if this counts. Exactly, actually, Kari, that's crazy. Like, actually, like, I can drink soda, a lot of sugar, and it's supposed to, like, give you a buzz. But for me, I actually get more yoni from that. I feel like I get more tired from doing it too much. It has to be the right... It has to be right as it's starting to affect you, at least for me. I want to use the snake shield. I'm just asking this in general, if any items that are sent on errands, are they gonna count towards like getting a rare character through the item? Or do I have to send them on like an active battle missions for it to give me a chance to get a character? Because I had the snake shield. I just realized that snake shield was one of the things I could send in for a character. No, not using Karyu, but more like when you like put an item, like an item that gives you a character. Like if you put that on an errand mission, does it still work? Does it still give you the chance for the character? Or is it only in battle missions? That's what I was thinking. You were able to do 2 jobs because one was only 45 hours and the other started as 5 to 6 hour shifts, but near the end it was 8 hours. Oh, so you had to like let go of the other job at some point. Well, that's more valid. But how much? Why so much working? Was that like what you had to do to like keep your finances together? Yeah, I think COVID like messed up a lot of things for everybody. For me, because I've never been in a job before, it's especially bad because it's kind of hard to like even get like job to start with because nobody wants to hire anybody. A late friend of mine, ex-military, drank so much Red Bull and coffee during watch shifts that he became almost immune to caffeine. It did help him sleep too, but it would perk up for a bit when he smelled it though. Yeah, that's also the reason why I don't do caffeine, because I've always felt it in a way, I've said this before as well, but I've always felt it in a way that if I was to drink caffeine to like for the sake of having a buzz, what's gonna happen is that I'm gonna get so used to it, I'll become more immune to it, and then I'll become more codependent on it. And then it's gonna actually become more of a demand than an actual benefit to have it, and it would just become a financial stress. It's shit. Say game 1 day before mission ends and saves come. Well, I could do that, Karyu, but I don't think it's necessary. I mean, I can get results faster, but it's not like it's gonna be the end of the day, or like end of the world if I do that. Like if I send it for like 10-day dispatch mission, it's fine. As long as it works. It works and all. That's good. I don't mind if I get the character a bit later. It's fine. But yeah, yeah. Just wanted to make sure I didn't miss a single message there. Yeah, the job market isn't bad, it's other shit. And just overall, like, the whole, like, state of things is other shit on the world nowadays. Like, you can kind of smell it. Even if you didn't pay attention to things, you kind of, like, you can see how it, like, seeps from the, you know, the cracks. Like, everybody's concerned, everybody's going through troubles, like, everyone is not having a good time. It's like, kind of like one of those things that, like, the internal concern that people are feeling is just, like, affecting them, like, on a personal level, and everybody just feels, you know, more on the tense side. Everything is suddenly just much more dystopic, you could say. I guess I'll send Willie on this mission. And this was the mission that had 10 days, right? 10 days. So I'll send the snake shield in this mission in particular. Well, especially for you, Emi, because if you have work experience and cannot get a job right now, yeah, well, yeah, if you cannot get a job, then why would a fresh student get one? I mean, I could, like, say that I'm a content creator, but I don't have any, like, you know, financial statistics, and that's all they care about, so, you know. I don't exactly give an impression that I would be able to hold a job. Or, like, I would be good at a job. It's kind of sad. Okay, Martinez on this mission. That sounds valid. And then lastly, there was the medal hunt. This one I think was just 5 days, but it's okay. Should I send Rabble? I could also send Norby, to be honest. I think I'll send Norbert. Because I need to honestly train Eldina and Kestner, like, personally. I'll send Norbert, yeah. Don't want to quite send... I don't want to quite send away Rabble, because I might still need them. Our youth unemployment is up to like 20% right now. A lot of stats come out, it's just pure falsified too. It says our unemployment is 6.5%, but it's much higher. Where do you say that on, Amy Pricot? Like, even if you say that, like, it's more like 20%, what source do you have to, like, back that up? Or is it more like a hunch? Like, you have a gut feeling? Chud's soda drinkers never brush because plague blocks acid in soda. I need to get a bit more deeper on that statement, Teddy Belcher. Like, What do you mean by brushing? Are we like talking about a literal brush? Okay, I mean, this is a comb, yeah, but you're not talking about like literal brushing, are you? Are we talking about some other term that I don't understand? Ah, okay, interesting. So 16.5% like on official statistics, but then there are like these certain parties that want to like give a much like smaller statement, I guess. Wanna hear a funny thing? If a person has one job and works half time at the other, the person counts as 2 working people. Interesting. That's a very... I'm not sure. Works at the time at the other, the person counts as 2 working people. So, basically, they're plotting the numbers on the working side, and therefore, like, the number at the working versus unemployment looks much bigger than it actually is. Like, there's much less unemployment because somebody's working, like, multiple jobs at the same time and counts multiple times. That's weird. It sounds like somebody doesn't bother, like, checking out for name duplicates. Could it be the government? Idiots. They just, like, slap in all the company numbers and that's it. Because, you know, doing, like, real statistics, it's too, you know, it's too bothersome. And, like, all the people doing double jobs, especially in America, where, like, you can't even get, like, welfare. Yeah, it's marginal. Totally marginal. People don't do 2 jobs that often. I mean, I'm a politician. I don't need 2 jobs. I get so much money. Right. About that, but let's not delve deep into that because, you know, it's a hard discussion to have. It's a hard topic for me to go deeper into. And then you think they are not taking into account for TFWs for our unemployment rate, but they're counting for employment. As you said, they're slapping in the numbers of people working rather than the types of workers or if they have multiple jobs. I think what they're really doing is that just to like take away all the governing factors, they just like slap in all the company statistics and just put them together, like do the pluses, and that's it. But they don't even bother checking the employment list as to like what names are picked again. Even though we have the technology for that, you can combine lists. There is like power pivoting and stuff for Excel, for example, if you like used to use those kind of applications, and you could find duplicates. Just remove the duplicates. But no, it's too much effort. For the government, it's too much money. It's too much money to look at into reality. And because it looks better for the country. Lying sounds better, so we'd lie. Isn't it nice? Very nice. Okay. You know, it's always like very fun, very sad to me to say that. I always say kind of jokingly that the world is built on lies, but the more I like, you know, hear that, and the more I see this kind of situations, the more I had to believe on that. I wish it wasn't, but, you know, it kind of like happens to be the truth at this point. But yeah, that is very bad though. And Amy Percott, if it's really like 20% for youth unemployment there, then that is very bad, because here in comparison in Finland, I'm not sure like what the general unemployment rate is there, but here in Finland right now, we actually have the worst unemployment status across all the Europe apparently. Even a bit worse than Greece or Spain. At least from what I heard about a couple months ago. It could be changed a bit, but still on the worst side of things, about 10%. But if it's actually like close to 20% in general in there, then that's even worse, man. That's even worse. But I don't know if they ever differentiated here in Finland like what the youth unemployment is. But you know, if politicians didn't steal money, they would be very poor and couldn't afford another yacht. Oh man, another yacht. And like, that's so true though. That's so like if we didn't lie about things and like keep the money to ourselves, like, you know, politicians gonna like live their like little life of luxury while the other, I don't know, let's say in comparison 10 to 100,000 people are suffering from like hunger and everything else just because they can have their little gourmet chicken dish every single day, three times a day. and having their like luxury cruise every month. Man, people need, like, politicians, they probably think like, oh yeah, that's like, you know, it's all well and good, but need to understand too that we all are people. We all have our lives. We all need to appreciate our lives. And sometimes we need a break too. And you can wait with your problems for a bit, because we need to offload. We're all people. We're all in need of something. I'm not even gonna go deeper further on that. It's just gonna be very fucking sad. But you get the point. It's very easy to ignore other people's problems if it means that you won't have any problems. And you would think that politicians would be the kind of people that would have that the least, but... or should have. But... well, we know how corruption works. That goes very fine and all. Oh shit, you're gonna move there, are you? Yep. You piece of... okay, fine. Let's duke it out. Get out. Out of my place. No! Lini! Very young Kupo from you. Very young Kupo. You applied the Tim Hortons like 100 times. Same locations they were constantly looking for people to be ignored and repeat. And then literally like a week after the last time I applied, they lobbied the government for more TFW. So I was like, what? Actually, hold on. I need to like now make sure, can you like tell me what TFWs means as a, like the whole abbreviation, like in words? Because I don't actually recognize that abbreviation as is. So I want to at least make that clear for me to understand that sentence completely. I understood it has something to do with unemployment, but now I don't actually know what who you're referring to. But yeah. Same locations that were constantly looking for people to be ignored and repeat, and then literally like a week after the last time I applied, they lobbied the government for more TFWs. I mean, how I'm seeing this right now is that, you know, they are making problems, even if they have the offerings available, like people willing to work for them, they're willing to ignore that, and then they just like make it a bigger problem, because they don't want to bother hiring people. It's kind of like one of those things where, like, in Finland, too, we have, like, these so-called shadow employment postings, where people are pretending to be looking for people, but they're not, and they're doing it only because investors like seeing that they're, like, growing, because they're making job employments, like, they're making job applications, job employment postings. Temporary foreign workers. Oh, of course. So they were literally complaining about, they were literally like having people hired, like flooding in from the country, and then they decide that no, we need more TFWs. Like, okay, we didn't set a salary rate. Like, let's say we didn't add a salary rate. How much would you expect us to work for? Okay, you do that, maybe we would actually listen to you, but you never asked. You never told us how much we were expecting to pay for us. And even if you didn't ask for, like, you know, payment, you know, even if you didn't ask for, like, payment credentials or, like, how much you had to, like, how much you're expecting to pay to us on a salary, hourly rate, monthly rate, like, how can you make the assumption that we're gonna be a worse worker? But, oh, then again, laws. You can't, like, employ people unless it's under at least a bare minimum of minimum wage. And I guess then TFWs can work below the minimum wage. For some reason. So, people are just capitalizing once again a loophole. Rather than actually trying to like look at the real problem. Or trying to think about the good of the people. Yeah. Essentially, a lot of companies are abusing government subsidiation. Then the company can hold more power over workers because their immigration status. Oh. Yeah, so it's all just coming down to just wanting to have control, and more money is left from that. It's not about the quality, it's about the quantity at this point. Well, Ikari said that before. Absolutely. And I know most people would not accept that, or most platforms or content creators. But if it's not actually something bannable, go ahead, I guess. If anybody has a complaint about that, at least I would say I respect the opinion. But it may not be so well received, but, you know. You do what you do, buddy. But I think it's a very fair point, and a very valid point to make, that you're afraid that people are gonna think very badly about that. I think we have the same problem, honestly. Like, if you go look into, like, the cities, like, you know, more bigger cities in Finland, like, nothing, like, below 10k or 20k, but more like 30k plus, 30k plus people, you see that there are more actually, like, immigrant status people inside the area, inside the country, or, like, inside the city. Like, I remember when I was a kid, I wouldn't see, like, many people outside Finnish people, but nowadays I actually see, like, almost on every daily basis I see people that are, like, from another, you know, from another culture, most likely. They don't look Finnish at all. Of course, it's only look basis, but, you know, you would think that I would know what a Finnish person looks like after, like, 20 years. I don't want to make assumptions, of course, but I think it's pretty obvious that immigration has become more common, at least in Finland, and I feel like it does have an effect on the pace. Yeah. But I mean, to be honest, here's the worst problem here in Prakat. Like, we even have these cases where we could even have, like, you know, payless trainings. Like, job trainings that are, like, funded by the government. Like, the job, the actual, like, company doesn't have to pay a dime to have a trainee. It would be even cheaper than buying a TFW. But at the same time, nobody gets accepted into training for some reason. Like, people are looking for, like, you know, unpaid training, and even then they're not getting it nowadays sometimes. Like, it's just so congested. I don't understand what the problem is. Like, you know, not willing to give people a chance to, like, learn and to, like, actually get prepared for, like, working life. Crazy stuff. But yeah, it's not really the people's fault, I guess, necessarily, but I guess you could say also, like, of course, corporate greed is in there too. Like, governments make some decisions that encourage, like, using DFWs, for example, but at the same time, it's also the companies decided to, like, grab onto that. Like, yeah, we'd rather have more cost savings than actually people that are gonna, like, you know, build a future for our country. Yeah. And I'm saying this from experience too, because, I mean, we've had that case too. Like, we have so many engineers from our own, like, study curriculum that have not gotten summer jobs, including me. And it's not because, you know, we didn't try. It's because nobody accepts us. It's kind of like, you know, counterintuitive if you think about that. Outsider's a new gun for me. I think it's that stop shot. That sounds very good. I would say I don't blame the immigrants themselves, because I know that equally as well immigrants are just looking for a job at the end of the day. Of course, some may be more, you know, malicious about it, but I would say they're all people in that sense. But I would say also, like, screw the, you know, the corporations and companies, or like corporations and organizations or government also just, like, you know, really, like, heavily, like, gravitating towards that. It's like, you know, it's a very bad system to go for, and I don't personally know what the benefit is for the governments, like, from that in the end, compared to, like, the companies, but I guess it's like company propaganda, like companies lobbying for the government, and therefore, like, company values are being pushed through, and then, like, company values are being put in, and that's, like, when immigrants become more common. I don't know. I don't know what their own, like, benefit from that is outside from helping the companies themselves, but it's pretty nasty. You don't want cultural enrichment, you want to feel safe in your own country. If you want cultural enrichments, there's fucking internet. We get to see things globally every single day whenever we want to. It's not like that's even a valid excuse anymore. You don't need to be physically there to feel it. I know a lot about other countries. I know an Egyptian person, and I've never seen this guy in my whole life. They told me about Egyptian things. Like, I can learn things alright just by being on the internet. Not even trying to look for things, I just find them naturally. I'm not following lots of content on the internet endlessly. So if that would be the, like, you know, if that would be the valid reason to like, you know, enforce people to be in your country, to like, you know, take away from the people that actually like live in the place. Try to like actually stick to the country that like, you know, kind of like was born in it, wants to continue like supporting the country in its own way. It's kind of very sad. Like, you're given like this, you know, you're kind of like, you know, working on the idea that you're a person of this certain country, you want to work for it, you want to like build up on that, but then you're not able to because because of reasons that are not up to you. It's very difficult. Yeah. So I would say in the end, I would say that blame goes to companies and governments, but I would say most likely the root cause goes to the companies. Because companies lobby the governments, and the governments go with the companies because the companies are their like source of lifeline, source of income. So at the end of the day, it's all about, you know, just saving costs. And it's very kind of sad to think about because, okay, I understand that, you know, money is not easy, and, you know, some job places or workplaces are already like working like below the minimum wage, most likely. But like the whole thing being that you can't even address the issues and actually demand like, you know, like put negotiation with the workers themselves. Like workers likely don't want to let go of having like, you know, a job that pays well. But also if you had to choose between like not having a job at all and actually getting a job, I think we would at least love to earn our position if we were given a chance. Now, I'm not saying that we should be working like 10% of what we were supposed to be getting. We shouldn't be working for peanuts, but like, you know, it's kind of like we don't even get a chance to like express ourselves in that sense. Like, you know, we're just assuming things a lot. Like, the only thing that employees want is just overly ridiculous pay and to just like lays out around as soon as they get a job. It feels like very like surface level and very not well thought out. As if like, you know, workers, like people that are willing to work wouldn't like do anything for a job at this point. Yeah. I'm not saying that my opinion about this is gonna be something that reflects everybody, but I would say in general that, man, at least give the people a chance to like, you know, talk to you, like, what is their, like, okay, I put a, let's say, minimum salary expectations because, like, that's what's on the internet. That's what is said that these people should be getting money. But how about you, company? Seriously, how about you tell us how much you are willing to pay us for our job? How much are you willing to pay us to do this specific job? And at least we can negotiate it. Or is it that difficult because you want to do all of your job application rifle throughs with your AI? Having an actual human contact is so difficult to have. I don't know. At least, it's kind of like we workers or like people that are looking for employment are willing to like bend our knees for a lot of things. But then, like, you know, on one thing where we, like, you know, could to get something of a mediator, something of an in-between, we don't get it. It's kind of sad. Like, things could be, I think, better in that sense, but they don't want to work towards that. Okay, that was not Night Swords. Not Night Swords, Haste. I think Fubar had a Night Sword, but that's about it. Fubar isn't even here right now. Fair enough. They really do just use AI these days for resume skimming and setting up interviews and everything. Yeah, and it's very sad because you may not get you may just not get those like search words right with that. Like, you may not be using the perfect buzzwords to make yourself look attractive, and then you don't get any personal connection at all. Yeah. Things could be worse for sure, but I'm saying that things could also be better if we were just having some human decency. Like, if the amount you pay to the actual regional workers is the problem, then why not at least open up the discussion? Ask your, like, you know, ask the people that are willing to work for you. Ask them, how much do they want? And how much are they willing to pay for you to work there? But, you know, it's too much effort, I guess. Yeah. But I guess once again, you know, wherever a company can save on resources and not having to bother with like human decency and like human communication, the better. Because that means they have to spend less time on getting things right. You know, it's all too streamlined. Like, the less effort, the better. And the sad part is that, you know, the effort is already so damn low with that. I don't understand, but I feel like, you know, for somebody that is so, you know, I would say I'm pretty proactive about things. The fact that a company cannot even, like, you know, have some basic backbone to things is just hilarious to me. Like, you would think that somebody that doesn't even, like, work right, like, that doesn't, like, actually, like, you know, run a company or something like that. Somebody that has the willingness to do a lot of things because it's my way of life is like much more willing to do things than somebody running a company or like, you know, seeing things through. But oh well. The judge! Ah! We've been engaged! Let's beat it! Clan Reunites is here. Just try to run. Run away, little boys. Run away. You try. I did put in cards and we can still at least the most important things here. And Ravel as well. No, not that gonna beat it, Karyu. I've actually never seriously like heard that expression before. Or are you just joking around again? Yeah, Carson's got the steals on them. Let me now double check like who had the most important things. At least I saw the gun. That's what I want to have. Brain Quinn, skip. Okay, good. Yeah, like, beat it, beat the meat, or just, like, beat it, like, let's go. It's hilarious to think about it the other way. Very wonderful thought process you had there, buddy. Very wonderful. Katyusha. So, Katyusha would be one thing to grab, because those helmets are actually kind of... I guess they're decent. Not really on sale. You don't really have anything of value there. Although, actually, what is your steal abilities? Our armor. Okay, Skimble has to go down. That guy has to be killed. Okay. Then the hunters can also have steal skills on the side. Let me double check that now. Fight attack. Not a problem. Matthias has... battle tech. No problem. And nothing of value either. So the gun and the helmet, basically. That's all I really care about. What about Mendoza? You're also... helmets and gear, accessories, and shields. Okay, so the thieves have to go down ASAP. What they have doesn't matter to me one bit. So just kill them. Okay. So gun... gun and helmet, right? Gun and helmet. Okay. Gun and helmet, get the thieves down. Gotcha. Anyway, back on the like the topic though here. I'm not gonna like go any further on that now. Like I think you guys already pretty well covered it, but yeah, I would say that the option always was there to really like discuss things, but because it's too like complicated or too difficult for companies, I guess they won't bother doing that. It's kind of sad though, because I would be willing to like talk about like, you know, starting off as like low pay, lowish pay. If I just get to keep the roof over my head, I'm good. It's fine by me. But like, you know, if I could like show them that I was worth the money and maybe more money later on, then that would be great. It would be like, you know, nice to know that I had a chance with that. Even like whenever like people like say that, okay, I'm asking for like how much you would like to be paid hourly, usually. I would always say like, this is negotiable. Like, I'm giving this value, but if you feel like it has to be lower, it's negotiable. But never asked. Maybe because I wasn't qualified enough. But yeah. Anyway, I guess one could say that I guess the opinions about that are pretty much in common in the sense. And I know, of course, like, there are gonna be some people that are gonna be on the other side of the spectrum who are gonna say, like, there's other problems with that, but then again, it's gonna also, like, understandable that why people of our stature would feel that way, because honestly, you know, at least we'd like to be appreciated. At least we'd like to be given the chance to do things that we want to do. Given the chance to really, like, you know, do the things we were supposed to do. But, you know, not having the chance to begin with, to, like, express oneself is very sad. It's kind of like being stuck in a limbo that nobody ever is gonna hear you from. It's like being stuck in a coffin, like deep under earth, and nobody's gonna come back and dig you up because nobody knows you're there. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, that would be nice too, but like that mortgage thing too is like also like, you know, societal expectations. Like you're supposed to like spend a lifetime of money for a loan, and then you're like supposed to like, you know, pay that off, but then again, like the amount you're supposed to get out of that is not gonna happen to you. Because companies are being too stingy about paying for money. It's... yeah. It's kind of like nothing will ever go the way you like it to be. But there are some cases when you have to just like, you know, bend the knee a bit. But this ain't one of those cases where you should, because honestly, like, of course, like, you know, as long as your living stays in control, it would be nice. Like, that would be like the bottom line. But of course, the more you can get, the better. And I would be glad to work for more money. Like, if I show that I'm good at something, I'd be glad to take more money from that. But at least, you know, whatever I do, at least let me live. That would be the bottom line. It's kind of like you're just paying for the bare minimum to just have a life. Like, if you think about it, it's like, it's actually very, like, sad, like, how, you know, restricted that is. From the current perspective and standing. Like, of course, like, you never expect that, like, you have to pay for a you don't have to pay for a house, but also living in an apartment for your whole life doesn't sound all that intriguing either, honestly. It's just like basic decency that you're like looking for. Not just like you're living inside a sewer or something like that. We don't want to be hobos either. It's gonna be kind of hard to like work and be like a functioning person in the society if you don't get yourself into like, you know, the bare minimums to make sure that you can at least stay stable and happy. It's a rough world out there. Yeah, but I think that's like what all of us would like to do. Like, all of us would probably like to have like a way of life where we can actually like be true to ourselves and like, you know, do the things we'd like to really achieve and like to do. But oftentimes we are stuck in this limbo where we can't really do anything we want to because it doesn't fund us, or, you know, somehow because of... I would say also like when you talk about like social media specifically, I think that our problem here is also the fact that there are people that are consciously making the escape worse for others to like make themselves to be more visible because they want to promote their own visibility. So like also like getting your own things out there is hard because there are others that are willing to exploit it. Even if you gotta work in a game studio, it's usually underpaid because game devs are getting used as most of those are passionate workers and paid less just because they don't demand pay, they demand a chance to like, work on something that they feel passionate about, being able to contribute their own place to the world. I guess for many that would be the case, but it isn't like they wouldn't like, you know, have the skills to be paid more. It just, I guess we would have less actual game devs around if we were to actually like demand for things that we actually should get. It's kind of sad, really. I love hearing stories of your grandparents and stuff like, I was working a job, supporting the whole family, owned a house, and now generations like, yeah, I have 0 to 3 jobs, I can't afford to eat. Oh my god, yes, actually that, like... And then we have those cases of like people from the very same generation telling you that, well, if you're so bad off, then why don't you get a job? And then you're like thinking to yourself that you don't even want to start the conversation because they don't clearly know anything if they can say that. Like, they don't even know what we're going through in that sense. Don't forget, Amy Precott, that more and more places would prefer to use AI art than actually paying artists. So, I don't think art sector would be all that, like, preferred either. I mean, artists are doing a pretty good job. Like, actually, like, fighting against AI art, but, you know... even in that case, like, many that actually just care about the money gains will not give a shit about if it's, like, real art or AI art. If it gets their game out, if it gets the assets that it needs, they don't care. I don't think they've ever cared. At least not like the most soulless, you know, most soulless studios. I have so many programmers in these streams, I swear. I guess that's why we can say that we are mostly one-sided on these kind of things. Which is pretty dangerous on its own, that we have, like, pretty unified opinions. I think having, like, some opposition is good, too. To, like, enrich in that, but... I think, I guess, the other thing is, reality is that I don't think anybody's, like, really feeling, like, different about it. Like, the only thing, like... thing I think people would feel different about would be if they were CEOs. But obviously, you know, CEOs would just, like, preach about their opposition of things. Like, how all the workers are too expensive. But then again, you know, it would always go down to the same question that I just said earlier, that... What did you ever ask us if there was any negotiation room there? Oh. Without title change and not without title pay, without adding pay. So like a shadow promotion. Basically, like, we're gonna make you have more responsibilities, but we're not gonna give you anything for it. And because title change would mean that we would have to formally, like, acknowledge that you are on a better position, and we would have to pay you more. And that's a no-no. Big no-no. We cannot do that, bro. That would be unacceptable. No one sees code, only how something works. And I'll be real, I'm using AI to create code for a game. Yeah, but Karyu, again, we have talked about this before, and that's the fact that you already have the knowledge that you can actually challenge the AI code that you're making. Because the more it does to you is that it gives you the foundation that saves you time, not about that it gives you the foundation that you don't know how to make. And the fact that you know how to fix it, if there's something you don't like about it, is the thing that makes it more acceptable. At least in my opinion. Like, as long as it's something that, you know... As long as it's something you can rectify or fix, or keep tweaking the way you want to. Just, like, get yourself out of, like, all the legwork, the bare bones. I think it's valuable in a way. Yeah. It really hurts to not be able to create graphics. You're more crying over the fact that you're a shitty artist than being proud and not proud of being using AI. Yeah, but then again, if you were to be expected to be great artists, great programmers, great everything, well, let's just say this way, Karyu. Would it be really realistic? Like, in what fucking world is somebody, an absolutely great artist and programmer, a story writer? Many people in the past, they would take a whole lifetime to just master one of those things. Why are we suddenly expected to be able to do many of those at once? Why are we expected to, like, master 5 things in a lifetime that in the past, not even long ago, people would, like, take to just learn one? Aren't people just expecting a bit too much nowadays? Like, to be honest? Isn't it a little bit too extreme for how we're doing it right now? At least that's what I think. But yeah, I totally understand your pains about it though, because, you know, I mean, I would personally like be wanting to like stand behind my own creation if I was making a game myself. I want to be able to like say that I made everything and I didn't have to like, you know, use underhanded methods with very like strong air quotes there, like to achieve what I wanted to. But at the same time, for me, at the end of the day, I'm thinking that if I didn't do this, I would have never been able to create this. And so in that case, I would just think to myself that, you know, it's better that this is out and people can complain about it afterwards, but if you could like give me at least something to work on and I could maybe like use that as a foundation to work on better things in the future, it's better than nothing. Like, it's better to, I guess, do shit bad once than like never do shit at all, because that's like how I went through my videos. Yeah. Yeah, it would be nice to create those as well, but, you know, we all have our weaknesses. It would be nice if you could just get a resident artist to do that for you. But, yeah, you're not exactly a AAA company, are you? And, well, sadly, average people would not work for peanuts or for nothing. You have to really get a good crew together. It would be nice if there were, like, more people that are, like, enthusiastic about things as you are. Like, enthusiastic about making a game. But rather than worrying about, like, what it's gonna get you, they would be equally as interested in just making something. And, like, maybe at some point, if that becomes something that's popular, like, people actually need to pay for that, it would be something that could actually turn into a paying job for all of them. Like, hobby turn into a job kind of deal, but, you know, it's just, of course, not all that feasible. Like, it's not something that you can rely on for your whole life. And you still have to do your job on the sidelines, if you have one. Provided you have one. Yeah. Exactly, that's a thing. Like, I think starting off as a doing things yourself solo and getting like your own life going on is very difficult as a thought. Because they're putting so much difficulties on that to make things happen. Like, luckily E33 got Kepler funding and was like, yeah, go limitless, and then they were able to outsource stuff. What do you mean? Oh, Expedition 33, yeah. Like, it sounds like it's a wondrous thing, but they just had, like, very good ideas. But even without that, they would have never been able to make Expedition 33. And how many companies would have been able to actually, like, or how many other, like, you know, how many other, like, projects could you get something like this? It's not exactly, like, commonplace that you're gonna just get Kepler funding. I don't really know Kepler funding well, but at least I can figure that it's a pretty, like, you know, large-scale thing. So, basically, yeah. Yeah, but it did start off as a, like, an indie studio project. Like, you know, it was built by a single idea, basically, and, like, build up from there. It's, like, not on the scale all the way through, but it did start from, like, a studio with no name. So, it's nice, but it's like one of those, like, miracles that is good for posterity. But not a miracle that's gonna happen again, sadly. And to be honest, considering how the game market is, even if you manage to make a great game, you won't have the funding to make it marketed. You won't be able to beat the other companies. It's gonna be a risk on its own to try to get it funded. And without marketing, nobody's gonna see it. It's... yeah. It's kind of like everything that you'd ever want to get done yourself requires you to have some sort of funding already. Even if you have all your passions into it, some sort of money is involved. And no, but not everyone has the kind of money on that. No! We won't talk about the Karyu. That is not a number we'll ever talk about. Shush. Karyu, I'm gonna time you out for 10 seconds at this rate. You can't do this shit, dude. Unacceptable. See, even Amy Precott agrees with this. This is just outrageous, man. The things that you spout out sometimes. You don't have permission to ban Karyu. Oh shit, dude. But timeout. That just means it's gonna be shushers for 10 seconds. And he might erase all of his messages, but that's a bit of a, like, you know, side problem. It's worth it because it has the certain number in it. But yeah, it's kind of a hard consideration, to be honest. What? Wait, what, really? Oh my fucking god. Please don't tell me they did that for the memes. Please don't tell me they did it for the memes. That would be so sad. Oh wow. Also, guys, I'm gonna have to say this right now. I kind of just realized, because we were so deep on the chatter, but I actually had to stop the stream in just a bit. I had to finish this fight and leave it at that. I'm just gonna have to do the damn stealing. Huh. Wait, no, I had to go up here? Oh, no. Oh, crap. Okay, Carson, get it going, buddy. I'm counting on you, man. They hated me because I have told the truth. Well, let's just say, it's not that I hate it because I told the truth. I hate more the fact that you decided to emphasize that number. It's like, you never intended it to be a truthful claim, you just intended it to be funny because it had the number in it. It's not about the content, it's about the delivery. And it clearly indicated that the delivery was more about the fact that it has funny little number in it. To be honest, when did the number actually come in? And also, why would kids be so like, you know, eager about it? Why do all the internet kids love this number so much? I don't get it. They did it before the memes. Yeah. Whatever makes you sleep at night. I mean, I do sleep at night, but it has nothing to do with you and what you say. You're the one thing that's gonna make me wake up at 3 AM. My brain's like, just like alert at me, like just telling me that number, and I'm just like, you know, I'm just going at that immediate loop. Like my body just revolts from the thought. Like you're the one thing that's keeping me awake. Oh my god. To be honest, Amy Apricot or Apricot, it actually is not like for me that way around specifically. Like I'm actually pretty chill about it. Like this is more of a joke for me, but I do gotta say the fact that when it comes to this topic in general, I do tend to gravitate in a way where I intentionally avoid talking about it, and I don't wanna like glorify it in any way because I don't think there's anything cool about it. I hope you wake up at 6:07 tomorrow morning as a punishment. If I do car you, I'll let you know. I'll even look at the clock if I remember to. And if it is actually 6:07, I'll comment personally, you know. I'll send you the angry Polish kid video just to be, you know, expressing myself to you. Kurwa mać. Because his brain rot and kids these days have no taste in humor. You know, I was actually told by a friend earlier when I was at the board game club. I was actually told that this actually might have something to do with the fact that kids have so differentiated interests nowadays that they don't really have anything to connect with. So like this number actually is one of those things that like helps kids still connect in a way, have something in common ground. Like somebody might like specific videos, specific games, but at least everybody can say that they love the number, so they have something in common, and it gets things started. But, you know, if it comes down to that, like, the reason you guys talk is about this silly-ass number, I would say there's something very wrong in this world. Stop using social media after that number. And this Twitch channel is the only social media to consume. Oh my god, Garyu. You don't understand how much of a big phrase that is coming to me. Like, oh man, dude. I know I'm not in a mentality to like really get like emotional about that, but fuck, man, that's actually heavy, man. I don't know what to say to that. I could be blushing right now. I could be fucking blushing right now, but I cannot. Dude, that's insane. No, I'm not saying that I don't believe you. I can fully understand. I can believe that based on what you said. But, dude, actually hearing that from you, like, you genuinely meaning that, my heart. Thank you, man. Yeah, I mean, you probably didn't, but for me, you know, understand how much that means to me, right? Like, out of all things you could be doing in the world, of all the social media you could ever be using, you're gonna use me. Okay, don't actually use me. That sounds a bit weird, but still, the thought. You're setting yourselves up for a fall. Deal with it. You haven't logged in Facebook for like 5 years. For me, it's like 10 plus years. I logged in for very specific reasons, but never to use it. I've never actually like used Facebook for over 10 years. I used to play it for Facebook games. I used to be a very big buff for Happy Hats. And other games too on Facebook, but that's already gone long ago. Use X for Yuri art. Okay. You have Insta, but it's private, and like no one follows me besides like 3 people, because you don't allow people you don't know to follow me. That's fair, that's fair. If you want to keep it private, that's okay. Which is what you use the most. Honestly, Twitch is not my place. Like, I only do this for streaming. I don't watch many streamers. I like to, like, really stick to my own things. I don't really, like, honestly consume, like, content. I actually make more content. I don't really consume much, though. I like to, like, keep to myself a lot. I play my own things. I spend time with friends. All that kind of stuff. Like, my only media is games, man. Like, my social media is games and people I meet in them. That's pretty much it. And the people I meet in my own streams and videos and whoever's decided to join my very silly ass Discord server. Like, that's all the media I have, guys. Maria, please be reminded of how that might sound. I mean, of course, Karyu, but I think the fact that you just said that now, like, blatantly, like, without even thinking about it, like, it's the most, you know, Jen you could ever put it, so thank you. Honestly. Like, don't worry about it too much. I'm not gonna die from heart attack from that, but, you know, the idea is that, you know, if you can just say it like that casually, you know, know you mean it. I'm thankful. My guys actually got the actual schedule down. My god. You actually finally learned it. I understand that, Amy Bricott. But for me, honestly, the way I function on Twitch, or like with games in general, is that I prefer the game ambience oftentimes. So like, if it's like something I'm like grinding on an MMO, like, I don't need to be immersed to it. Like, I know the whole thing, it doesn't like add it up to the value at all. I might listen to like some music or like streams and stuff, but honestly, oftentimes I just prefer to have the feels, the vibes, go with the game flow, so to speak. Like, even here, like, I don't, like, play ever any background music when I'm playing these games. Never. I'm always going with the actual game sounds, and that's it. There's not even, like, any music I'm hiding in the background. I'm not doing that. This is just pure me. So, yeah. But anyway, lovely discussion, guys, but sadly, I'm really gonna have to go here because I think my friend is gonna be ready here for soon. So, thank you very much for joining on the stream today. I hope you had a wonderful time watching today. If you missed any of the stream and you want to catch up on what's been happening today, this stream is going to be available on my YouTube channel. Go to the live section. You're going to find this stream over there, along with the other streams. Or alternatively, you can go check out the playlist Final Fantasy streams, and you'll find this stream and the previous streams of the whole marathon I've done so far over there, including FF7 and all the Final Fantasies 1 to 10, Tactics Advanced, Tactics Advanced 2, Tactics Advanced in here, as well as like other titles that I've played along the way. If I just wanted to listen to music, you would listen to music and not go for someone else's stream. I mean, that's like the thing. Like, I'm not saying that I want to listen to music specifically. I just decide what goes by my vibe more. Do I want to listen to somebody, or do I rather just actually listen to like some like real good vibes? Because for me, my music like is not pop. It's very different. It's like hardstyle, hardcore type of stuff. So I wanna be in a very specific, energetic mentality, or I'm just gonna wanna chill and listen to somebody. But usually I just like go for like hard vibes. If I need to focus 100%, you go for the music. Fair enough. See you in Hogwarts tomorrow. Alright, Miyako. See you there then. But thanks again so much for joining on the stream, guys. If you want to join my future streams, I stream every single Monday, Thursday, Saturday on this game, as well as on Wednesdays for now, because I'm like catching up on hours that I missed for being gone last week. But I'll be gone this weekend. So no Saturday stream, and maybe not on the beginning of the week, next week, but for the most part, Mondays, Thursdays, Saturdays, and if I want to catch up on streams, Wednesdays, and also, I play other games on every single Tuesday. I play those, I play currently Hogwarts Legacy that has been suggested by the community, and then I also catch up on like, you know, other games that people want me to play. Once I'm done with Hogwarts Legacy, it's gonna be Elden Ring on Seamless Co-op, so if you guys are looking forward to that, then do check out those stream days. I'm streaming every single day, every single one of those days on 4 PM GMT plus 2 or 3, depending on if it's daylight savings for you or not. And if you don't really remember what those times actually are, you can find those times always in the Twitch schedule system, in the Discord events, or you can join the go check the YouTube's live section. All my stream postings are added there at the beginning of each week. But without any further ado, thank you guys again so much for this. Thank you for the very passionate talks and conversations. I know this may have been a little bit darker on some people on the stream topic wise, but like I've always said, I'm very open to these kind of things, and I'm not averse to talking about reality. So if anybody really wants a bastion of just like honestly just pure safe haven, safe place, like nobody's gonna be just, you know, darted pointed at for having opinions, having things they want to talk about, this is the place. So if I'm not concerned about it, I'm not concerned about what you think either. It's okay. I will gladly listen to whatever you guys think as well, because I want everyone to feel like they are where they belong. But yeah. Anyway, Moo, thank you guys so much for joining on the stream today. Glad to see that you like the same kind of music as well, and Apricot. I guess we can use that as a topic for next time. But until the next stream, guys, it's